right, kids, day two is about to kick off. And if yesterday was any indication, we're in for another wild ride. The battlegrounds are calling and the stakes are higher. Teams have had the night to regroup, rethink their strategies, and sharpen their sights. So you already know today's matches are going to bring the heat. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra, and we are your casters for this Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
That's right, and if you guys miss out on the first day of action, there's plenty of teams that have represented SEA well by securing plenty of chicken dinners back in day one. We're waiting to see if there's going to be any form of answers coming out of South Asia and beyond. The only other team that have scored the chicken dinner other than the SEA region was Alpha 7, where they've definitely had a phenomenal start to kick off the first map of the evening. And we'll see whether if they can do exactly that once more moving into day two, because the race is looking very, very tight. But that being said, we'll definitely show you guys the leaderboards to get a better picture of how the teams are performing as of late.
But before we dive into the matches this evening, ladies and gents, don't forget to hit that sub button to Ruthless Hype Esports YouTube channel, because again, we've got so many things going on. We got so much action to show you guys, so you don't want to miss any of that. And while you are at it, don't forget to show us some love and support as well by following our social media platforms, Contra, and of course, Red Queen Andy. And you're right. Am I looking at the same? Okay. I mean, you're right, Contra. You know, Alter Ego Era is definitely coming in hot. You know, they're ready to defend their spot at the top, but let's see if that is going to be the case up until the end of this evening. But then again, we are showing you guys the point system so that if you would want to keep track of how many points your favorite team or your favorite player have already put up onto the scoreboard, well, this is what you will have to use so that you can calculate just how many points your team already has.
That's right, as this has been the stock standard format that we've seen coming in for multiple tournaments globally as well. So if you guys are brand new to it, this is how we actually roll throughout the course of the run. So that being said, we will definitely see a lot of teams to be acquiring more points per eliminations in that kind of standpoint. Now, I'm definitely eager to actually see the rise of all the teams throughout the course of the run. We've concluded Night of Champions, and we continue on with this second day, as we will also have 2 more days of action for tomorrow and the day after. So make sure you guys do stay put and tune into whatever is going to happen on the final 2 days as well. And of course, we absolutely appreciate all of you guys coming in very early to the program for today. So of course, we have 6 maps to play out, and that was how we're going to start off the show here. I believe we're going to be starting things off inside of Wrangle once again. I could be wrong. It could be a Miramar start. But how we will begin is that we will have all these teams separated into 3 groups out of all the 24 teams. And each respective teams get to play 4 matches per day. That's how things are going to be looking like.
You know what? I'm happy that you guys are spending your Sunday with us, because usually this day is like for family and friends, or like something of a get together with your relatives, right? But I'm happy because, well, instead of, I don't know, maybe this is kind of your bonding thing, all right, that you guys are watching some PUBG Mobile action. But just in case you weren't able to watch day number 1 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, so this is how it's going to go down. It's 24 teams, 3 groups, and 6 matches a day. So it's a different format if we are going to compare it with the Night of Champions that we've just had quite recently. Now, for the group division, and of course the teams that are be playing for this tournament, we've got Group A, Group B, Group C, and I'm pretty sure that you guys already have your favorite teams that you would want to support, you know, for the entirety of this tournament.
That's right, and overall, the Group B looking super stacked with those names on board. And not to
Mm-hmm.
also mention Group C, we got those heavy hitters BTR, Four Tribes, The Savior Vampire, as well as Nongshim Red Force. So honestly, Group C are the ones that are currently leading the pack when we have BTR, Vampire Esports, and even the likes of The Savior, who scored that double chicken dinner by the tail end of the night, and they are now the ones pretty much sitting on the podium right now.
Vampire Esports, is it? I thought it
The
was Alter
Savior.
Ego Errors. Okay, was it Vampire Esports?
It was The
Are they?
Savior, no?
Is it the Savior? Hmm. Okay,
You got me
we'll find
confused right
out in
now.
just a while. We'll find out in just a while. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Contra. Day number one of the Invitational Showdown definitely set the tone for what's shaping up to be a fierce competition. Teams from Southeast Asia and South Asia battled across diverse terrains, giving us a deeper look into their strategic priorities and, of course, dynamics. And Southeast Asia's dominance, like Alter Ego Eras, there's also Hawaii Sports, that showcased exceptional zone control that we talked and discussed about yesterday quite frequently, to be honest, because there were a lot of surprise clutches that came from a lot of players in the game.
Indeed, there are just definitely a lot of big plays out there, including the one that we've witnessed coming out of Sem9's very own Superboy, where he just managed to turn
Oh
a
man.
1 versus 4 against Four Tribes of all teams. Four Tribes, they have definitely looked to be one of the most amazing teams when it comes down to
Absolutely.
4 versus 4s, but that was just overwhelming, which nobody have actually expected that before. And of course, here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, I guess you could say we should always expect the unexpected.
Oh, definitely. And that's what makes it a very special match, if in case we see something that's kind of explosive, right? And if you mentioned Superboy, I am not over what Levi's did during, was it? Oh, yeah. I mean, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday,
It was
right?
just
When
yesterday.
yeah, that was yesterday. So when he actually, I think, also eliminated the whole of Weibo Gaming all by himself.
It's crazy. I
It
mean,
was crazy.
there's just
It's
so many of all
insane.
these big moments out there, and we're about to create even more together. So sit back and relax, and I believe we'll show you guys the standings in a moment's time. So, of course, we'll give production a little bit more time. So, hope you guys would be patient with us, for as we're also very, very eager to start the show.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've been excited, since this morning. I've been looking at the scores of each team, so I don't even know why I forgot who is at the top spot. Or maybe because I just know that there were a lot of teams that really put up a great show yesterday. I mean, it was unexpected, to be honest, because usually day number one is kind of a chill game, for most of the teams. But I feel like maybe it was because of the Night of Champions, where like Four Miracle vibes, right off the bat, they gave us like quite a bombastic performance, and they were able to maintain that from day one and day number two. And it's the same thing that is happening, or that happened during day number one of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And since we are coming in hot for day number two, ladies and gents, this is the time for them to actually build that solid foundation so that they can maintain their lead in the overall standing. And of course, we will not fail to mention the overall MVP of the of day number one. Of course, that's Alter Ego Era's BX 666, 14 elimination, and we've got 2,626 damage output. And if you guys continue on sharing this live broadcast to everyone out there, maybe, just maybe, we can unlock this silhouette of a character.
Yeah, or hopefully production will just spill the tea and tell us who exactly that is. Maybe they don't even have a single clue at all. I mean, up till now, nobody really knows who this guy is. It could be Rosemary, it could be Alpha, whoever else that's playing inside of Alter Ego that's still on board. But we are also expecting perhaps a little bit of roster shuffle coming into the PMSL SEA region. Meanwhile, of course, we do have Woon T that's been on board and has been hitting all these big numbers for Dingo Savior to see him thrive alongside with another brother coming from Vietnam, and that is going to be Team Flash's very own Win. Following closely is No Fear, who has been able to dish plenty of damage throughout his run.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I am absolutely a fan of Moon T here of D Saver. I don't think I think I'm very straightforward about it. I've been a fan since he was in Team Flash, but you know what? Absolutely great because of the fact that there's another star or rising star perhaps in Team Flash, and that would be Win, setting up a total of 15 elimination points and 2,292 damage output. Hence, he is currently sitting at the top of the list as the overall fragger.
Yeah, and him being a new kid on the block for Team Flash as well, this has been looking absolutely impressive of what his team can actually achieve. Since you did mention Batman, aka Woon, has already joined in with the likes of the Savior, which of course are the top dogs of the tournament. Now look at the standings. That double chicken dinner yesterday until end of the night have seen the Savior shoot all the way up to the top. Meanwhile, BTR Vampire Esports follows very, very closely on 49 as well as 47 respectively. Horror Esports have yet to actually score a chicken dinner, but you can see that even 4MV Alter Ego are falling at the 40-pointer margin very closely. So if they do score a chicken dinner, I believe they're going to be able to easily challenge whoever's at the top right now.
At least for the first page, we can see that it's still diverse, right? It's not really dominated by a country just yet. But if we're going to talk about, like, is it dominated by a region, that is, there's no doubt that it's the teams coming from Southeast Asia. So come on, guys, bring in your support for the South Asian teams. Make a lot of noise down there in the comment section so that they can feel that energy, and perhaps they can use that when they get inside the game. Now, coming in at second place, we've got ASI, it moving up a rank here, 4 tribes as well. So this is maybe the upper half section of the leaderboard. But for Alpha 7, even though getting a chicken dinner, they still move down a couple of ranks here. GLU, the only team I can see here that had a lot of improvement in terms of their gameplay would be the Koreans, of course, the NS Red Force.
Yeah, it seems like they're just settling in as well. That last couple of matches will see them thrive a little bit more to be able to move into the top 5 ratio. Meanwhile, V plus Kia 7-9 as well as Thunder Talk, they definitely have seen slight progress, but still lagging behind as compared to the rest of the pack. You can say the same about a lot of the top teams coming from the PEC. So, of course, they will try to figure things out moving into this day 2 onwards. Now, let's take a look at the top performers as Vampire Esports. They were leading for most part of the matches before BX comes in with that double chicken dinner. And you could absolutely tell they've got those big numbers to prove it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I mean, you guys don't even have to worry about your favorite teams just yet, okay? Because we haven't started really the matches for day number 2, so they still got plenty of time to tweak whatever needs calibrating when in terms of their strategy and their gameplays and how they're going to be approaching day number 2 for the Ruthless Invitational. But then again, okay, here is the schedule. We're gonna start off in Erangel, and then we've got Miramar in between here. But okay, before
Late mark, so perhaps teams are going to be slowly revealing their cards as well. B plus Kia, especially out of the many names out there, I have definitely had high hopes for them to make a significant point for today, but we'll see if they will be able to at least keep up to the pacing of how a lot of all these teams coming from South Asia, from Mongolia, as well as the rest of SEA, who has been leading the charge for most part of day 1. So hopefully we will actually see certain teams to be able to also stabilize a little bit more. Meanwhile, I guess for the rest of the PEC, if they could just keep themselves alive for really long into the game, there's definitely plenty of chances for them to get their first ever chicken dinner.
You're absolutely right. But you know what? Okay, I just want to address that some of you actually sent me a message yesterday asking why is Nova Esports not included in the list of teams that are playing in the lobby? Well, actually, I don't know, but perhaps they were busy with something else, or maybe they're playing in another tournament. But I'm definitely sure that Ruthless, I mean, if they're available, they're going to be in the lobby. I mean, the fact that they were able to close Alpha 7 to join us for this tournament, absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's great to see that at least we have one NA team joining us for this
Mm-hmm.
tournament because, I mean, it's a rare thing to happen. I hope this can be a staple thing in Ruthless Invitational. You know what I miss?
Hmm.
Um, like a feature or a segment here from Ruthless is that we get questions from the comment section and address it. That's the thing that I miss.
Yeah, and of course, keep the questions coming. And I won't be on the comment section, but I know that Andy will be peeping from time to time. So you guys know exactly what to do. Make sure it's appropriate. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, please.
Anyways, of course, to me, it's jarring to call Alpha 7 an American team because, they're hailing from Brazil, but I mean, North American. They're technically from South America. I mean,
Oh,
easily we could call it like, Americas in that sense.
still
Uh,
America.
in a way, perhaps, it
Is
might
it
be.
north or south? Ooh, what happened?
Well, we'll definitely have to wait for a little bit longer to actually find out.
I don't know if you guys can hear us, but we're not. I'm not sure.
Well, I guess
Do
we
we keep
just really
talking?
have to wait for it. So eventually, we'll be back on track, ladies and gents. So don't go anywhere. We'll just be chilling for a little bit longer.
Well, if you guys can hear us, I'm thinking, okay, maybe if you do have questions, you can tag us. You post it on your My Day stories and tag us, and then we'll definitely see that and we'll give you an answer if that happens. Hello, Mission Control. What is happening? Let's talk. Wait, let's check. Mm, but we're still rolling though. No. Yeah, definitely. Oh, man, I was in the zone already. So thank you so much, Mission Control. I know we just experienced some little technical difficulties, but rest assured, ladies and gents, that production, of course, is working hard to fix everything that needs to be fixed. And so, ta-da! We're back again on the screen.
Yeah, sorry about that, but don't worry, things are still a-okay as we're getting ourselves ready for our first matchup. But of course, look into how the trajectory has been set for majority of all these teams. I'm looking at some of the top teams coming from the PFSL SEA to continue to be on the chase to be able to hit that top one. As for B Savior, all they really want to do is to maintain it because they first started things off a little bit slow. This time around, they're just getting themselves pretty much steady on their tracks. Moving into Wrangle, who are you favoring to secure the first match?
I'll go with my Purple Hearts.
Horror Esports.
My Purple Hearts, hello!
There we go, Horror Esports. Well, since you've already picked that, I gotta go for something else. If BTRs is in the game, I'll go for BTRs.
Oh, come on. No. I don't think they're playing for the first match. I think they started
Group C is not on board, so no BTR, no Vampire Esports. B Savior, are they there?
Group C still.
Group C
it's
as
Group
well.
A versus Group B, right? So
okay, I want to see Team Secret maybe this time around. Random call, but I hope it works.
Why not? Production, interesting. What team are you gonna pick this time? ASI, hey man,
strong. Love it.
As a strong one. Yep. No doubt. Raouf. Well, okay, Contra already has 1 point, and I'm putting my fate on to my Purple Hearts, of course, to my Horror Boys, to give me another point, or my first point for day number 2, or at least for this tournament.
Well, I hope that things will work out well enough for you, Andy. But for now, I think that teams are once again re-strategizing. A lot of hot drops happened in the early span of these matches, but other than that, I think that a lot of the teams are still feeling well adjusted to the current pacing that's being set by the teams hailing from both South Asia as well as Southeast Asia. So I'm definitely excited to actually see if there's going to be even more of those direct challenges that we are getting from the PEC teams, because majority of these teams are the ones hot dropping, challenging the likes of Vampire Esports, the Savior, you name it. It's been pretty much ongoing for a very, very long time now.
Well, yeah, the only thing I could say about the PL teams that we have in the lobby, since I've learned just quite recently, to be honest, that, PEL and Pubg is, they do have these different versions, right? So, again, they already have the skill, they already have the talent to play like an FPS game, so that's the most basic thing that they can learn. But it's okay to be a beginner. And then you learn about everything, because you have to start somewhere, right? I mean, every master was once a beginner. So for the teams, like the PEL teams that we have right now in this tournament, I think by the time when we get to a point wherein they've already mastered this version, then I think that's the start of the real battle for the other Southeast Asian teams and South Asian teams. Then that's going to be wonderful. That's going to be exciting and all the more fun for us.
Yeah, it feels kind of wrong for us to actually say that as well. Like, they definitely are masters. Like, I would just blatantly say it's just ping difference, right? It's just ping difference, because the PEL guys, of course, they play on the Peacekeeper Elite variety, but essentially it's pretty much the same game. Like, perhaps what they really need to do is to make certain adjustments in their settings, which can be pretty much annoying, because you gotta recalibrate your sensitivity, all these small little nuances. But overall, I think like it's just about connecting through that VPN. That's one layer, and then you're playing on a different version at the very same time. That makes it even more difficult because that ping difference can be anywhere from 200 ping to 500 ping. So
Yeah.
there's no going on about it. Yeah.
Oh man, I really don't know. I mean, I just talked to someone from the PL just a few days ago, and I've asked why, like why they're not really performing. I actually put out a content about that, and he just mentioned that we have a different version. I mean, it's almost the same thing, but quite a few like differences in the game. So I haven't played it, to be honest. I haven't seen it, but anyway, we're gonna kick things off in Erangel here, ladies and gents, and we are about ready to see a lot of action happen coming from groups A and B, and it's the showdown that we have been waiting for.
And here we go into our first game of the night as the wait is over. Sorry for a little bit of hiccups, but we're finally arriving into the map that we all know and love. A very straightforward flight from the north to the south, and that's going to allow the members of Orbital Bus to get around for. Well, I think that's going to be very easy, so we're definitely have to see who else actually takes the island. So, looking rather interesting on how this flight path still kind of skewers over onto the regions of Gatka at the very same time. So, definitely going to be a little bit tough for certain teams who are loving areas like Nova.
And again, if we are looking at the handsome pictures that we can see over to the left side of the screen here, again, yesterday we didn't have any portrait of Win coming from Team Flash, and he just dethroned. I believe that was Doc that he dethroned, I'm not sure, with the most number of points of knockouts, damage, and one more. Okay, another title. But yeah, I mean, getting into action here. Oh, what an opening! We've got a clash from Team Flash up against which teams are they playing? Oh, Alter Ego Ares!
Wow!
What?
Just like that, they just crumble. It's a clean sweep. But wait a minute, Team Flash, they get points out of it. What's going on? Are they supposed to get points out of it?
Oh, okay, maybe John Wick actually got those points. Anyway, just kidding. We don't know what is happening currently, but yeah, that's a big question mark right there. But anyway, okay, there's more to go, ladies and gents. We've got Rogue Warriors over here going up against the production's choice of team ASI8. I can already see Baby right there, pretty close with the double Z of Rogue Warriors, but ZZ over here is not making a move. I think he's gauging whether or not it's safe to attack or to open fire up against anyone from ASI, but right now it's not really the perfect timing for him. His teammate, though, is so far away that I don't think he can back him up.
Yeah, that's the weird situation that they're dealing with at this current moment. But at the very same time, let's look at the current scenario of all the teams mentioned. It seems like they are going to be able to at least have XL on the way around it, and this is going to be a little bit rowdy for ZZ. And just like that, he goes in for a jump shot, but not quite enough to take them down. Decent damage done. XL being spotted as well as ASIA takes charge of the north point of the city of 70.
I mean, obviously, Rogue Warriors at a deficit here. I mean, they entered the game with 3 members, so that puts them at a disadvantage. And ASI8 right now, pretty aggressive gameplay coming from them. I mean, they're not showing any mercy at the moment. Casanova right now, behind this concrete, broken down wall, trying to go for a spray here. It's a dance-off, ladies and gents, but I can see him really succeeding on this one since the opponent is pretty low in HP. Okay, just look at him mocking his enemy right from the start. Oh, but what just happened? What?
He managed to turn the tides around. Now it's down to 1 versus 1. This has been the strongest fight that we've seen coming out of Rogue Warriors in the entire tournament. And he's looking to secure the point already, backing 2. And take a look at that. Crypto, he's getting tagged up already. So this is not going to be all too straightforward. Even if he does lob the grenade, there's just ample time for them to go in for the wraparound. XL does secure it. And just like that, 3 elimination points are in the bag.
That was insane, man. Like, I wasn't really expecting that to happen. I mean, he was able to pull off a clutch. That was kind of a miracle for me. I mean, he didn't have any HP, and he just really found that perfect timing to shut down Casanova from that exchange. And it's a little bit of a struggle from the side of Baby to pick his teammate up. I mean, understandably so, because he doesn't even know where his opponent is exactly. So obviously ASI don't want to be reckless at this point. They don't want to make any rush decisions just yet. But in any way, Weibo Gaming, we still got one more player who's still up there in the air, hasn't landed just yet. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen later on, or meanwhile, rather. We're looking at Tiamba right now. They're currently rotating. Not exactly sure where they're headed exactly, but probably will still go through towns and get some more resources before they get into any engagement.
True enough. Well, of course, we will have the entire team to be traversing. I noticed that there's a certain bug in this kind of bomb where when they do get those kills, initially you saw Team Flash, they got those big points, right?
Mhm.
Taking down the entirety of Alter Ego. On the team defeat, the score, it counts as 0. So if you guys want the real numbers, do stare at the leaderboards on the right side of your screen just to know what exactly is going on. But other than that, I think the coast is clear. We can see it with our own eyes how rowdy these fights have been, where Alter Ego crashing out, ASI it getting turned over by Road Warriors. Now it's down to that 1v1, which is a little jarring to start things off with. Not really the easiest way to actually get things going for production who's, you know, put the predictions onto ASI 8, while Team Flash are also getting knocked here by the members of A1 Esports.
Oh yeah. We've got one of them currently knocked down, and that would be Tops, ladies and gents. We don't exactly know where he is at the moment, or if he is actually being revived. Okay, I see him. Okay, but yeah, it'll take time for him to get picked up at this point, since A1 is spread out a little. But here comes Bows, defying all odds to save his teammate. I got you, brother. I'm coming up.
And the rest of Team Flash, they got ample of room to actually play out around this area of the map. Pollyanna, whoa! Weibo takes on their brothers coming from Tenba. It is going to be a full flush being sent towards this sector of the map, while the rest of the pack seems to be sitting tightly inside the urban terrain. I love all these teams so far engaging around that sector, and we expect perhaps even more bloodshed to go. But for now, coast seems to be pretty clear for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that A1 Arrow's picking up the pace. They seem to have the upper hand advantage since they were able to shut down one player from Team Flash here. It's also a good thing that I guess they're really gauging the situation this time. They're getting all the information before they make any hard push. But we can see Hitman here. Okay, he's cooking up the nade, getting ready to throw up against someone here. Just across the building, though. Completely missed his target, but I think he's going for the second one here to try and flush him out, or maybe disorient Team Flash.
Zone is also closing in. They gotta quickly wrap up the fight. As you can see, that the map is actually skewered all the way down towards the south corner, which is why everybody is bunched up over on the course of Milta at this current moment. Oh boy, this is just gonna take a while to settle the scores. And here we go, the push set perfectly from Win as he goes in to take down Hitman 47.
Again, that was impeccable timing coming from the win of Team Flash. A great counter as well. Now, A1 Arrow down to just two players here. Great counter again coming from Team Flash. We're able to turn the tables up against the Bangladeshi. So let's see what Rowdy is going to do in this situation. I mean, Rowdy also has this reputation wherein he's very good and very accurate with the aim, and especially in critical, position. But here comes Rowdy now with a shot, and he was able to get a point, but he wasn't able to finish that because Team Flash was able to do a massive counter. That was a great follow through. Hence, Team Flash again survived this event. So we're down to our lone wolf again, which is Sinister.
Yeah, Team Flash absolutely scoring pretty big numbers in this round itself. Already at 7 points, the blue zone now kicks in. As Zeus still looking out for the final member remaining. Tops will really have to heal himself up. He's only got a couple of bandages. The struggle about committing towards the fight is that they have barely looted up just yet, so now they're struggling to even find those first aids around the entire sector of Yesnat Pollyanna. And they eventually will have to pick up those vehicles to drive further down south, either to Lipovka or directly onto that Milta Power. Anywhere around the hillside across the lumberyard is going to be a tough space to play out
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of teams are looking for that high ground. And if you're going to be late, then you
Mm-hmm.
better be safe every step of the way.
You cannot afford to have a late game entry here. I mean, considering the circle that we have, 60% water at least. So that,
Ooh.
I mean, we don't have that much space to begin with, for the teams here. So there is a need for them to get inside as early as now. I mean, we are just at stage 2, but compounds are running out, and most of the teams are over to the west side. They're
Mhm.
already flocking in, close in proximity, and I'm pretty sure the moment that we step into stage 3, I mean, there will be a lot of teams that will not make it to stage 4.
That's right. And I also did take notice when we panned the camera to Formico Vibes. Baron is playing for today. And I had to
Oh,
check who exactly got subbed out on the roster. So whoever they put is always going to be a great game so far for Formico Vibes. It's great to have fresh hands on board for Alpha 7 stuck in the middle of these members of LGD, and this is not going to be an easy task for them to take on the fight, but they are further committing into this tussle as we're looking at them pretty much locked in. Well, Team Flash are also driving
oh.
towards this direction. It might just be a three-way warfare. Meanwhile, Circle moves deeper and deeper into Milta Power. Barely enough space, but RRQ looking to dominate that sector.
This is going to be a bloodbath over here. I mean, we've got a lot of teams headed towards the same direction. We've got Tian now getting taken out of the equation. Same thing goes for M2 and Afu. So I feel like the entirety of LGD's, okay, yeah, just got eliminated. Alpha 7 gaining a total of 7 elimination points. Unfortunately, though, from that exchange, clearly already back in the lobby, but with 1 point. So that is still quite a good performance. Now we got Mafioso on the screen, ladies and gents, but Aqua 7 attacking the blue. That was a massive spray again coming from Mafioso with a DP28 that put a stop on Bao's track, but great follow through again from Zhuz of Team Flash.
Did you just see how snappy he is on the DP? Despite that being a machine gun, he uses that so sharp as if it was, I don't know, an AUG or something. There was barely any recoil on how they actually take him out. Save goes to Win. He manages to take him out of vehicle. There goes Revo. Oh my word. 8 points already for Team Flash, but this might just be the end of it because one after another, they're getting pinched down. And the last we checked, they don't have enough meds while they leave Yasnat Pollyanna. So this is going to be a world of hurt while they are further committing. There is still Zeus over on the other corner. He tries to trip back quickly as no squad fool. He's just settling it down, but instead it's Bose that saves the day, and it's already 10 points for Team Flash.
Oh man, Team Flash playing on another level here. They're on a killing spree, and the fact of the matter is, they're still a complete squad, which is, I can say, a phenomenal performance because it's not easy to get the whole squad up until the latter stages of the game here, considering the kind of lobby that we have. But then again, this doesn't guarantee that they can make it to the last few zones of the game, considering that they still need to travel to get into the safe zone, right? And there's Sem9 guiding that rim of the circle there. And well, I'm pretty sure that if they have a chance to pick up some points, that's exactly what they're going to do in this situation.
Yeah, whoever survives the top 8 cut at least will get themselves. RQ definitely is going to be the one that will be able to secure it, and now they wear it down to only 9 teams available. A1 Esports only have that one player. Great spot on shot coming from Nugget. And I'm just trying to think who exactly is going to be in the right form to be able to challenge RQ in that position, because to enter build up power, you would have to go very deep into it. I guess I got my answers right here on the map.
Ooh,
It is going to be
okay.
Horror Esports. So your pick right now, looking to
Oh
be able to
gosh.
secure plenty of room, and a lot of these teams will just rush towards this section because the only available space to play is literally built to power.
Exactly.
This is a rare circle.
Exactly. Oh, it's gonna be the war zone here. I mean, the good thing about horror esports is that they're already inside Mill to Power. So the question is if they are strong enough to hold a very good defense. But I feel like they're down to just two players, if I'm not mistaken, because I can only see Jiggle and Sky here. So I'm just checking if okay, so two already out of the game. I mean, just imagine the amount of teams headed towards the same direction. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that GLU, For Miracle Vibes, even RQ are going to have an exchange here. So Sem9, just as we called it, you know, they're trying to do some gatekeeping stuff. So preventing other teams to get inside the safe zone. So let's see if they can get some points or get some job done from the situation.
Yeah, this is a very rare case where it just skewers all the way down to the very tin corner of the map while we are looking at the exchange of nades between Blue Squad as well as for MD. And right top of the hillside is the RRQ that has been holding over onto the corners and have finally spotted out tops. So that's one member down before MV. Still three more. Duck's gonna be able to at least receive that information to work around with what they have. Also trying to attack onto the rotating members of WBG. As you can definitely tell, WBG is struggling to even find that space and leave. That was a little bit of latency where we even see their UAVs be actually shifted back for a moment. Also does actually secure it. So WBG, they have gotten themselves 4 points. This has been one of the best starts that WBG has. And now they are looking to eventually challenge the rest of Team Flash and also Sem9 at the very same time, just by the corner of the factory grounds, just on the outskirts of the power.
I mean, just imagine the number of teams that we already have inside Mill to Power. Again, it's going to be crucial for a lot of teams, not just for Horror Esports. The thing is, Horror Esports, they're already at a disadvantage considering that they're just, you know, like a duo here. D plus Kia, I do understand why they're kind of hesitating to get inside Mill to Power. I mean, it's already crowded in there. So I think this is a smart choice to let the other teams battle it out first before they jump into the mix here. I mean, there's also RQ outside. There's Team Secret, and even For Miracle Vibes. They're just at over to at the fence there. So I think the fight will just happen between Sem9, Team Flash, Hora, and GLU for now. Even Weibo Gaming. But then again, if RQ and the other teams are still outside Mill to Power, they can get lucky with the shots and try to do third party from time and time.
Absolutely agree with that. And the only type of team that can challenge RRQ from their position is a Team Secret or whoever actually outlasts the duel inside of Milta Power Factory Grounds at the moment. Still hard to actually figure it out because Sem9, they still have that strength of 4 members. They will have to run inside of the compound. So this is not quite the urban setting that I expected to actually end. It's so jarring to actually see Milta Power to be played like this. But it's always something new here in the battlegrounds as we're looking at RQ expecting a lot more visitors. Now they're trying to attack their closest competitor, Team Secret, over on the south side. So for the moment, I think they could just sit still. They don't really have to challenge each other. If there's going to be either teams that's moving deeper to the region, at least Team Secret can take care of the south. The rest of RQ can take care of the north.
The thing is, we don't even know where the next circle is going to land. I mean, there's this possibility that it will go back to the left side at least. So again, the unpredictability is what we love about this game. But in the meantime, let's check out what is happening with RQ. Right now, they're having an exchange with Team Secret. We got MG, aka Lapar here, getting damaged as well from the teams across the fence. An exchange of nades is definitely happening between these two teams. Nerpeiko was able to inflict a lot of damage there. But you know what? Noga has a very good angle to begin with, so he could really provide a very good support for the rest of the team here. But Nerpeko was able to do an on-point shot at the nade and was able to put down at least 2 members of Team Secret.
Yeah, RQ so far wearing them down. Nades after nades connect, and that angle coming from Nugget has been able to supplement them just about enough to deter Team Secret. And I guess there goes my vote if that's going to be the case. And just like that, Team Secret, despite having a really good position, they challenge RQ at the wrong timing. On the opposite side of the stretch, it is going to be D plus Kia fancying a chance to slowly do some chip damage, pun intended, onto chips, of course, while D plus Kia, they are absolutely taking over the south ground where RQ initially was holding on to. So RQ knows exactly where they're currently at. It's just that they're not in the right position to go for the exchange. Still looking the wounds from that battle up against Team Secret, but you're absolutely right. When this circle shifts, it might actually move back into the factory grounds where a lot of these teams are already situated. So it could be very troublesome for both D plus Kia and RQ at the same time.
Well, it was just unfortunate for the side of Team Secret. I mean, it wasn't a very good spot to begin with. I feel like, you know, it's the most vulnerable spot inside the circle since they don't really have that much cover. And RQ just capitalized on that one. D plus Kia slowly moved to the northern side. They're evenly spread out. So I feel like the first team that they're going to have an altercation with definitely will be 4 Miracle Vibes. And as for Team Clash, they're taking their time. You know, they're not really doing any aggressive push up against Horror Esports at the moment. But it's 7-9 and Weibo Gaming that's been having an exchange for quite some time now.
Yeah, interesting enough. This time they're not feeling you, high boy, and just like that, that push from 7-9 sees them scoring even more points, wiping out Weibo. And here comes the rest of Team Flash. They heard all that noise and they thought that their hamster is going to be more of these damage to be done. Now, the tandem duo of Horror Esports is going to be charged by the rest of Team Flash. Down to Jiggle. He's hiding right behind those boxes, and speaking of which, both have already been knocked down. See Jiggle aggressively trying to trade back. Need to be brought out here, but it's going to be a little tough. And just like that, from the top side, Sky has got him covered to take down that member of Team Flash.
See, if you do know how to use that element of surprise, it will always work to your advantage. And that's exactly what we saw coming from Horror Esports. And now the moment of truth here, ladies and gents, is about to unfold. We've got Sky cooking up a nade, potentially shutting down at least a player coming from Team Flash. Completely missed his target, though, but yeah, maybe a little damage inflicted onto Bows here. Now he goes for the Molly. Okay, going a little bit outside, but okay. No hard push just yet, but oh, Jiggle with an on-point spray, shutting down Bows from that angle.
He's just playing mind games with these members of Team Flash, and just like that, slowly kidnapping one after another. Now it's only down to Tops. Not the one from that is, and here comes, just like that, he breaks out the DBS in time once more as they shut off Team Flash, but that has been 11 massive points that have been gained by the Vietnamese aces. Horror Esports still well and alive, looking to make the cut into the top 5.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gents. 7 teams remaining, and we are already at stage 6 with 1:30 on the clock before we hit stage 7. We can see that Sem9 boys trying to flush out the remaining players of GLU squad. We've got one of them getting more damage compared to the other one because of those nades. But what risky jump coming from also of D plus Kia. And that is unfortunate because you just know this part is kind of hard to navigate. I mean, there will be no chance for him to get back up, to climb back up to where the fight is already happening. So I guess it's safe to say that D plus Kia is already at a deficit here. But let's see. I mean, 3 is still a good number, for the team. It's still doable. Let's see if D plus Kia can make something out of the situation.
Even the best in the world sometimes have a slip up, so gotta always check where you're turning over, or you might actually just by the edge of the map. D plus K, like I said, gonna be playing with 2, while 7-9 They have been able to hustle everybody else, still keeping 4 members well and alive. Now, on to challenge Blue Squad that has been staying stagnant. They've been here for the longest of time, but have not really opened fire all too much. But Superboy's about to change that. Since Superboy has been fielded over a roster, I just felt like Seb9 suddenly have this urge of confidence. Meanwhile, you high subbed in for Kenny, pretty much the same role where they're going to be the aggressive rushers moving into the front line. So down to Kenny if he's going to be able to at least seek certain angles that Seb9 can go in for a clean push. But for now, they're just absolutely respecting that space that Blue Squad is currently holding. Though it's only 2 members over onto this shack, and he's gonna be wrapping things around. Superboy, he's gonna waste no time. He's gonna be looking for these targets. He knows he's by that corner of the wall, so he's gonna be seeing if he can just jump right in for the shot.
Well, you can understand why there's a need for Sem9 to actually get inside of this warehouse because their position is not a very good one. They're still outside of the zone, and GLU knows that. So they apply this pressure onto the boards of Sem9, and there you go. Effectively done. Amazingly. Coming from GLU squad, and that is it. You know, that was the end of the line for Sem9.
That's pretty crazy. 2 versus 4, and they turned the tides around, and they made it look super easy. Where 3 of these members, they got funneled, and they were hesitating on this push. So that was pretty much anticlimactic, where Sem9 evidently had major advantages. So that is a major mistake. And speaking of which, there are those nades being primed right in. Also managed to climb back up on the other side, but perhaps he may not be able to find the right trajectory to be able to climb all the way further front. He is still very much in this matchup, but the rest of RQ is about to alter that fade, dropping those big bombshells. Only connecting onto Fabian as they're already looking for that reset. Forrest this time has been fielded for the side of Nicosia, and now we gotta see what Forrest can do. They did bring one down. Forrest is leaving the pack here with that as well. Okay, and here comes the DPS of Chips, not quite enough. Now 1 versus 2. The Pecco tries to turn the title around. Fabian already back on his feet. So this is just the second time he brings back Fabian on the ground, and just like that, Forrest, he clears the path as he shuts down the rest of RRQ.
You know, for the side of RQ, they understood that there's really a need for them to push. You know, they shouldn't have wasted any time to be aggressive up against D plus Kia. I mean, obviously D plus Kia was trying to reset, trying to recuperate from that situation where Fabian is still currently knocked down. But, you know, amazingly, with their great reflex and mechanical skills, you know, D plus K was able to defend themselves even if they are, you know, quite at a disadvantage at that point. And I feel like RQ just missed the opportunity really to be super aggressive in terms of like how they should be approaching that situation. But it's still okay. I mean, you make do of what is available to you at that time. But getting back into For America vibes here, it's unusual. Of course, it's not the usual numbers that we see that they can actually come up with in a match. But given the situation, they really don't have that much chance a while ago to score some points. But perhaps, you know, since we still got 4 teams remaining, potentially they could get all of it. But that is, they play their cards right. But D plus Kia, it will be hard for them to get inside the circle here, Contra. I mean, considering that it's an open space that they have to run to. And yeah, I don't think they still have their vehicles with them. Do they? Oh, they have. Okay.
Seems like they really do. I mean, I'm just looking at the current 4 teams left available. D plus Kia, ever since they won that fight, they definitely do stand a really strong fighting chance right now to secure that chicken dinner. Blue Squad, we're down to only 1. Horror Esports definitely still has impact in the match so long as Jiggle continues to hit the mark. Now, for Merkel Vibes, they are looking to exit out of the factory grounds, and up till now, D plus Kia is holding over onto the high ground. The rest of Horror Esports stuck within the factory. We'll have to see how exactly do they set foot outwards, because For Merkel Vibes are definitely going to be overlooking onto those compounds at the very same time. It is a very tricky scenario. It's about who actually advances first and reveal themselves, and then the rest of the pack will start to erupt into battle. Speaking of which, Forrest now puts the pressure over onto the citizens of Build the Power.
towards the angle up against Jiggle, but that's not quite hitting the mark just yet. So Sky, he sees the approach coming in
Ooh.
from the Koreans, and they are about to break in the challenge. And here comes the rest of
Oh,
Envy,
man.
dropping big nades, and Glue Squad is involved as well, getting that double knock. Can they secure those points before it is being stolen away by 4 Miracle Vibes?
Everyone's ganging up against D plus Kia here, ladies and gents. I mean, the only team that's available for some beating would be D plus Kia, considering their position. I mean, Horror Esports, GLU, 4MV, they do have some cover, but Horror Esports doing an extremely well job of defeating 4 Miracle Vibes as well. It seems to me like they could win the fight, and yes, sir, my purple horse was able to deliver my point here, ladies and gents, getting the first WWCD for day number 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
All it took in that moment was a full set to send everybody in that chaos factory. And my, Aura Esports, despite only having 2 members, you suck. To take on entire squads and win it outright. This is why we love this team killing from the palm.
Well, they were very patient, I can say. You know, they stepped up when it matters most. And Horror Esports, you know, the way that they've gotten the chicken dinner was a smart play, to be honest. I mean, they did not leave that compound and just really waited for the perfect timing, the right opportunity to knock out some opponents. They weren't greedy. It was just like, they're kind of chill, but kind of aggressive at the same time. But you know what? Just because there's like a very positive energy coming from the fans of Horror Esports, I can see a lot of you down there in the comment section spamming purple hearts. So perhaps, you know, one reason why Horror Esports did amazingly well for the first match, it's because perhaps, you know, maybe, just maybe, they are also watching and kind of monitoring the situation. Like, oh, we've got a lot of fans down there in the comment section, so might as well give them a chicken dinner. And boom, chicken dinner.
And just like that, they get their first taste, ending the streak from Southeast Asia of yesterday. And we might just see a dominating ride coming in from these gentlemen out there. XKF, alien from Blue Squad, has definitely shown up strong to wipe out the entirety of 7-9. And look at the margin, we do have bigger damage numbers coming in from Zeus of Team Flash, which they took on Alter Ego to begin their run, and then there was Alpha 7 as well, and they've just been on a rampage. So things are looking really good for these teams out there, but nobody will ever top this record for the time being, as it's 7 points gained by Sky with 1,267 damage.
Yep, sky is the limit, ladies and gents. But you know what? I'm also amazed by the fact that how GLU squad was able to defend that compound, or that warehouse rather, up against M9. Again, the way that they applied a lot of pressure up against M9 and they made it very hard for them to get inside the warehouse was just, you know, amazing. I mean, we only have like 3 members of GLU squad trying to defend that warehouse, and Sem9 have been throwing a lot of nades just to flush them out, but they stood their ground. You know, they were able to hold on to it and was able to defend that warehouse effectively. So again, that's a great win, you know, for the side of GLU squad. And Horror Esports, despite the fact that they're just down to 2 players, they were able to hold down the fort as well. So a convincing win, I can say, for the side of Horror Esports. Getting that chicken dinner is just, like a chef's kiss, I can say. Coming in at second place for the match leaderboard, ladies and gents, would be the boys of D plus Kia. They scored a total of 12 points. And also one of the teams that, I guess, had a hard time really getting those points would be D plus Kia. I mean, just imagine the moment that they came crashing that fence where everyone is in, everyone just started throwing a lot of nades, making
Hmm.
it rain bullets. Everyone was ganging up on them, but
Yeah.
still, they came in at second here.
It's pretty huge in terms of margin, and it's been a massive run for Alpha 7 to also make certain recoveries to be able to score 8. So everyone's pretty much a winner here. I mean, we definitely see some elements of surprise where Kenba, Alter Ego, and a few notable names got taken out rather early on. Team Secret initially had such a good position, but they were pushing towards the side of RQ, and that kind of pushed them a little bit lower in terms of the ranking in this match. This time, plenty more troubles used, ladies and gents, as we know how difficult it was to navigate around that tiny quarter map that was like, I don't know, at a certain point within the land ratio and the water ratio, it was like less than 40% for them to actually play around that factory grounds. But overall, it's been a very satisfying ride. And just like that, just with one chicken dinner, like I said earlier today, they have now surpassed the Saver to take the top spot.
Wow. That is just amazing. Again, it's a make or break situation for most of the teams here, but it is pretty obvious that those big names that we keep talking about inside a lobby are doing their best really to take the top spot here, which is of course all the more fun for us. The fact that these guys are really putting up a great show, that is something to look forward to for the rest of the day here. Coming in at second place, or second page rather, Alpha 7 did have a good game here. GLU moved up one rank as well. D plus Kia moved up 4 ranks and now at 13th place with 23 points. But as for NS Red Force, it was kind of a mishap. So they're down to... Oh, they didn't play for this round. Okay, we'll see them play later on. But yeah, just because some of the teams moved up, so that is the reason why some of them moved down the overall ranking, which makes it all the more exciting because the moment we step into game number 2 here at Contra, we will definitely see a shuffle again in the overall rankings.
That's right. We are looking at teams making a climb, and that is Rogue Warriors as well as Weibo Gaming. 7-9, they did manage to last pretty long, but they just got overwhelmed by those 2 members inside of Shack from Taboo Squad. So they're sitting over onto that 17th spot, are about to make it to page 2. So that is going to be all eyes on them later to see if they would be able to do that. So that concludes our very first round. Big round in for, of course, our fans that's been cheering on for Hora Esports of Nepal. Now we just get to see a deep race because on that front page, everybody is pretty much neck and neck. One victory might actually see another overtake. So we'll go on a short break. We'll give them some time, and we will see you guys for the next map happening in a couple of minutes. And now we cut to the chase once again here in a Ruthless Hot Invitational Showdown Season 9. It's your boy here, Contra, alongside with our beautiful Red Queen Andy, as we are going to be moving into our second map of the evening. What a ride it was as we just saw the rise of Horror Esports. With that chicken dinner, they're now at that #1 spot.
Yep, Horror Esports definitely didn't hold back. They were able to knock off Vampire Esports off the leaderboard's top spot. So it was a decisive move, proving that they're not just here to compete; they're here to dominate, and that's what we love. That's what we always expect coming from our favorite teams. On the other hand, I would also like to give recognition, of course, to D plus Kia, who showed incredible resilience, clawing their way to second place despite starting from a tough position there. We all saw what happened before the end zone actually concluded. So that's one of the things that I was happy about seeing during that match.
Sure enough, and overall, I think that a lot of the teams here on our screen has been able to score plenty of points throughout yesterday's run. BTRRQ, Team Flash have always been able to hold the central region very well enough, and Horror Esports have always been playing not too far off from that area where a lot of all these circles actually end up across that said region. So plenty to actually spectate when we move into our first map of Miramar of the night, ladies and gents. So we're definitely going to see perhaps another big surprise heading into this matchup.
Of course, that's always what we look forward to. But anyway, to give you guys, of course, an idea which teams are going to be playing for the game number 2 in Miramar. So it's going to be Group A and Group C. So B is taking a break for now. But yes, here we go. Contra, your Bigatron boys are definitely playing for game number 2. We also got Four Thrives, The Savior, Vampire Esports, JDG, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Spread Force, and Voin Donkey. Now, I just want to put out the fact that, The Savior, with their late surge yesterday, was able to get a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. So perhaps, coming in for our game number 2, this is the first game for them. Maybe we could get a spicy chicken dinner from them. What do you think?
I definitely do think so. And for me, I stick with the standard. Now that we have a lot of big boys in the house, we're talking about, Vampire Esports, Bigatron Red Villains, or Bigatron Esports, just to keep it simple, right? Just looking at the list of names, I'm going for Vampire Esports. I think no matter the cost, Vampires, they always have big results because every battle they took inside Picado, they have won so far.
Who are you going for, production? I just want to know.
That's a secret for next.
No, that's yours. That's yours. So you're going for Alpha 7. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Bigatron.
Okay.
Yeah, you go. Correct. So we've got Thailand, we've got Brazil, we've got Indonesia representing the prediction lineup. How about you guys? We'd love to know about your picks. So just type it down there in the comment section, and don't forget to cheer for your favorite team, because I'm telling you, it helps.
It definitely does. And if I were to have a second pick, I would go for Four Tribes again. Four Tribes, they've shown that they are very, very strong in Miramar. You can say that they had one hiccup yesterday when they were fighting Sem 9, and that's about it. Where the rest of the maps that they played inside Miramar, I believe they've constantly secured a top 4 finish, and hence why I believe that they should be able to at least pull up very decent record. That is one team that I would suggest if you guys have no clue who exactly to vote for. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they have definitely shown us very strong results. Even last round when they were taken out, we have actually seen them score 7-8 points, eliminating teams over onto the blue zone. That is definitely super impressive coming out of Alpha 7. And who knows? It might just be a streak link for the rest of these guys for these parts if they were ever to be played.
Oh man, what a way to open day number 2! I can say that was a very good match. Good performance coming from all of the teams. It's just that really it was a hard zone to begin with. We weren't expecting to have early clashes from the teams, but then again, they were forced to just because the zone really went to the east side, the far east. And there was a really need for them to clash to just claim that territory. And when you play battle royale, when you want something, you just always have to fight for it, and whoever is the best will definitely be the last team standing. And that's exactly what happened. So listen to me, are you looking okay? Please don't hate, okay? Let's not be toxic down there in the comment section. We are supposed to have fun because we've got our favorite teams here playing our favorite game. So let's all just cheer for them, okay? No need to fight. There's no need to fight. We're just having fun here.
Nah. And of course, now that we got that out of the way, let's actually see which teams will be able to, climb the charts once again. Now, Horror Esports has got targets on their backs, and with the rest of the Group B or Group C pool to be back over on the course, I'm really thinking that this stacked rosters coming in from Group C is going to have major impact in this course of the battle. From what we've seen so far from day one, I think that it's not going to be all too different from what it will be offered in this matchup.
Definitely. I'm already excited to get to the desert here. I want to see a camel again. I want to see a camel.
Well, I guess that one day we can go and visit, like, I don't know, Dubai or something. That's where most of the camels are at. Well,
I've been to Dubai. I think I was able to ride a camel. It's
you think or you did?
yeah, and I'm trying to remember because it happened like maybe 6 years ago. Yeah, I think I rode a camel somewhere because we visited the sand dunes, and it was great. Dubai is a great place. I would love to come back. It's just that the cost of living there and the prices, wow, it's really expensive. But hey, the place is really great. Hopefully, we get invited to EWC. That's really I'm hoping for.
That will be an absolute dream. But of course, we continue on at least with this tournament where we have a very secure flight path from the southwest headed all the way to the direct north. This is going to be a tough one. Take a look at all these teams who need to make the stretch. And I'm starting to feel like a little slight concern for everybody out there. Is a lot of all these teams that love to move into Los Leones, Minas Gerais, or even Impala. This is going to be a long flight for them to actually get things done.
And the left side of the screen here says that Win is kind of maintaining his top spot here. Player with the most headshots, most eliminations, and most damage. So good thing for Team Flash. I mean, obviously they're making a statement here, making a name for themselves, right? Especially Win with the stats he's pulling off. But anyway, we're about to see some clashes happen as the teams prepare themselves to get into their favorite drop spots. I'm pretty amazed by the fact that Los Leones is kind of empty at the moment. But D Savior and Alpha 7 going head to head. Now this is some spectacle to watch.
Oh wow, Alpha 7 somehow every single pick that production picks today somehow gets themselves into a battle. We've seen this before where they have been trying to secure grounds over onto El Pozo. This time, it is Alpha 7 that does secure those early 2 elimination points and will be able to pick up Carillo on that skirmish.
And also coming off the kill feed, it's Lolo from a Thunder Talk. Had a hit and run encounter with Alter Ego errors, and the car was driven by Bad Drew, ladies and gents. Ooh, pretty badass. But anyway, getting back into Team Secret, we've got Kung Ngu over here with a UN. Okay. Hesitant to get inside, obviously, because he just knows someone is standing by the door. Unfortunately, he got caught with all of those bullets was thrown his way, and so he is out of the game. So we only looking at 3 players remaining for the side of Team Secret here, already at a disadvantage up against NS Red Force. But I wonder if NS Red Force will continue on, at that kind of pace, or they let or will they let Team Secret come at them instead?
They could actually hold back for a little bit more, but the rest of Team Secret, we last saw them actually bunch up to surprise some of these members out there. So, as it goes, we're going to be looking at the long range nade that was connected coming in from GT20 Pro. That was a Realme model, I do believe that's his name right now. But continue on with the pace, which we will see Doc now being pretty much pincered. Molotov also dropped over the corner. Frankie now trying to hold his ground while Jiki coming into a close quarter combat with only barely enough health on that micro Uzi. Still trying to push up against Tizzy. A very dangerous move, but they are still trying to make it work out.
What? Okay, GK, you're the last surviving member. Can you be the knight in shining armor for Team Secret? He's very low in HP though, so the future is kind of bleak, but it's GK we're talking about here. So from Team Secret, now Teams is looking for the right opening shot, and there you go, ladies and gents. Another shotgun versus a micro Uzi, and you just know the kind of result we're gonna get if that happens, and well, voila. Micro Uzi versus a shotgun will not work out. But anyway, back to D-Savior here, ladies and gents. 2 casualties now, Levi's and Lamborghini, both out of the game here. Fight continues on up against Alpha 7. Patagene is holding onto a double-barrel shotgun over here. Let's see if he can get a player from Alpha 7. Adding T with an attack with a UMP. Unfortunately, from behind, man, that's a major backstab coming from Mafioso.
Definitely is, and right there, as we speak of it, it is going to be Alpha 7 that will come up with this clean sweep this time around.
Ouch. Man, okay. Anyway, Alpha 7 each got a point under their name, so that's a pretty nice teamwork you got there, but we are just at the beginning of the match here, so there's plenty more teams that they will have to go through before they can even touch or grab that chicken dinner. Now, getting back into NS Red Force here, ladies and gents, Bigatron Esports seems to have their eyes set on them. They're not pushing just yet. They haven't opened fire, but they're monitoring the situation. But here we go. Snape did not waste any time, though. He just Avara Kedavra. That one player coming from 4 Thrives, and that would be IQQ.
That was just really, really snappy. Where the moment that he opened up that first blue chamber, he just traced it perfectly. And that just goes to show what perfect these aggression being displayed by BTR has worked out for them for most part. BTR always plays around that power grid sector, so no matter where they move, it's just going to be pretty much of a decent passage for them to be able to rotate across the map. They do expect that there's going to be a lot more teams that will be vying through this hillside, so they're paying close caution. While we are also looking at some casualties coming in around the corner map. Moving over to the side of Void Donkey as they're trying to scout out ahead, just by the rim of the zone. So from the looks of it, they are coming from the south side near towards the corners of Chumacera. But for most part, it's still to be absolutely clear. So this time around, other than Nangsha Red Force as well as Alpha 7 to be able to get themselves those early engagements working out, we're just going to have to wait before we get ourselves even more engagements heading down the stretch. Now, there's just plenty of all these vital space that these teams will be looking to take. And 4 Tribes is happening to be at this choke point, hoping to catch teams rotating towards their favor.
Oh man, there are quite a number of teams flocking around south of Picado and north of Chumacera, and that would be teams like Voin, Donkey, BTR, and even 4 Thrives. And there's also quite a number of teams headed towards that same direction, coming from outside of the zone, like GLU squad and perhaps LGD as well. But I feel like LGD are headed towards more on Los Leones, and since Los Leones is kind of a big area here in Miramar, I feel like some of the teams would definitely choose or opt to go to Los Leones at this point. Might as well get a compound to themselves, right? I mean, since it's a little in the central location of the circle here, so it's only logical to get a spot there. But of course, it all depends on the strategies of teams that we have in the lobby. Now, from the north side, I can see that NS Red Force might have a collision with Horror Esports. Alpha 7, it's pretty clear, I guess. Coast is clear for Alpha 7 to get inside from the west side of the circle here because most of the teams are already down there in the middle. I do wonder which of them are going to choose to stay in Los Leones.
Yeah, it's just going to be a really big question out there. It probably will just be a checkpoint for now, as it will further confirm that the majority of the Impala sector will be in play. Outskirts of Puerto Parsa looks very, very playable as well, and it's purely unoccupied. So that is exactly where all these teams would love to be right now.
Just look at the erratic behavior of the circle here, Contra. A while ago, there's a big part of Los Leones. Actually, it's all the... Okay, wait a minute. It's the Wild Wild West again, ladies and gents. But anyway, getting back into the circle, the point that I was making was a huge part of Los Leones was actually inside the circle, and now it had shifted over to the east side, right? And now teams are flocking over to the northern side, so I think that's most of the fight is definitely going to happen in just a while, ladies and gents. But there are a lot of teams that are still, coming from outside of the zone, like and it's Red Force and Horror Esports still. But let's check out what has happened with Alter Ego Errors. Again, we've got one of them currently not down on the ground, and that is the overall MVP yesterday. Ooh, Weibo Gaming, ladies and gents. Okay. Okay, they're getting picked off one by one here by Alter Ego Errors, but I feel like there's another team that would want to join into the mix as well. But still, Riggs over here, effective spray eliminating the rest of Weibo Gaming. So that is it for game number 2 for Weibo.
That is just so interesting on how they actually set things up. Riggs, I believe, is a new addition over onto the course of Alter Ego. I feel like I've seen this kid before from some time ago. Well, first we'll get back to that in a moment, where the rest of Pack are still trying to traverse through the course, which looks to be very, very dangerous to do at this moment.
Usually you will see a lot of DMRs being used when they play in Miramar, but now all I can see are like shotguns and assault rifles. Did I say that? Yeah, ARs. And also the exception of Micro Uzi, which is I feel like again it's making a comeback because I can see a lot of players using it again, but it is still no chance to like if you go up against a player who has a shotgun and you have a Micro Uzi, it's not a fair fight.
I certainly do agree. Back in the old meta, then maybe you could say there is a chance that they could still come up healthy and alive, but for the most part these days, it's just going to be all these S12Ks as well as DBS to easily clear things out. Now, the zone is going to be clearing out certain areas of play, and this is already as difficult as it could get. Only a couple of factory grounds around the stretch of the outskirts of Impala as well as city to be playable. BTR is going to hold that entry point as well as to have a 2-2 split, so their position looking to be very, very convincing. Meanwhile, the rest of these parties, this is just going to look like a very, very tough angle for everybody to try to make their way across, but they got to get by somehow. So we'll just got to wait for the best coming in from all these squads who's still on board. We're just going to see if BTR can actually catch a few more on the mix of all these names cutting across.
This is the first time I've seen Snape play again for BTR. So this is kind of his debut for this tournament. It's a strong lineup that we can see coming from BTR. Let's see if they can actually get a chicken dinner for this game, or even if they are in the mood. Vampire Esports, we got Tony K, and we got another player named Champ. Not sure if he's part of the main lineup, or maybe he is his someone who just changed his IGN, because you guys love to make it easy for us. But so far, we don't hear that much gunshots, except of course Fourth Thrives and BTR at the moment. Boxy seems to have taken the bait, and Noki just capitalized on that. Another hit and run situation against BTR and Fourth Thrives. So I guess, yeah, Voxy already out of the game, which makes it only 3 players for the side of Bigatron.
Still a very daunting task overall. Looking at perhaps playable terrains for some areas, and Blue Squad have already noticed that there are members of Alpha 7 lying around. So Hexus, he's holding back. He's not going to try to fully expose his current position towards the rest of these members of Alpha 7. While they are pretty spread out, we are looking at the rest of Alpha 7 dropping nades after nades, trying to flush that position off of Hexus. And Tarek's about to also answer back in his own stats as well. So Alpha 7, they probably don't want to stay for far too long. Shots coming in from far across the very same time. They do connect more bullets over onto the corner of Hasby, but that's pretty much about it for the taking.
I mean, Alpha 7, they don't really have a choice but to engage with GLU, because again, they're coming from outside of the zone here, so there's really that pressure onto the side of Alpha 7. They are dealing with not just GLU, but also Voin Donkey, so it's a three-way battle, and it's a divide and conquer tactic coming from Alpha 7 here, but it will be, it's difficult to pull off. I mean, if we're going to be honest here, since Voin Donkey is also there to kind of gatekeep the situation, and there's also LGD that we can see on the screen here. So this part of town will definitely be chaotic.
Definitely, and I've just got that glimpse of the mini map as well. I mean, I didn't pop my own map stream. I just wanted to see things unfold. And JDG, they're on the hillside of Impala. They will have a really good game, while we are still focused onto the side of Blue Squad. This nade's looking pretty good, but not enough to take down Carrillo from that position forward. Shots now being fired back as we are looking at Squash Boo trying to hold down the line. More damage to be done towards the side of KF.
Ooh!
It's just beautiful coming from XKF, and just like that, 2 members shut down, and that is a big instant regret coming out of Alpha 7, and just like that, he's also looking for Revo, the last member, over onto that corner. If he could just hold still and not be able to be spotted out, perhaps turn this one around, and now pretty much back exposed everywhere he goes. He's just going to be peppered to Mafioso. He's got to run out of the situation.
It's as easy as ABC for SKF27 here. I mean, I believe he bagged most of the elimination points there. I mean, this guy with the nades that he's been throwing, it's so accurate. He becomes too dangerous in the battlefield. And now Voin Donkey is, of course, dealing with the remaining players of GLU over here. Situations have been flipped, because a while ago they were the ones really doing the gatekeeping up against Alpha 7, but since the circle moved again, they will have to get into battle with either Voin Donkey or LGD. But since Voin Donkey already suffered great losses here, we're looking at their last remaining player, which is of course Razak, and I'm not even sure if he's gonna survive this one. I mean, he headed towards Vampire Esports, who is also having an altercation with Fourth Thrive. So what are the chances?
We've seen these two go at it before, and just like that, the rest of these 4 tribes members just bring it to one, but it will be Fallout that got taken down from the vehicle. So unfortunate. Out of all the members, that is one of their heavy hitters off the list. Now, what exactly will they actually work with this time around? I'm not really uncertain as to how they will be able to just go wrap around any form of quarter. But for Ossel, He's just trying to squeeze past some of these members of Vampire Esports, but he understands that they've been sitting around that city. They're just gonna wait until they are a little bit too eager to just pop their heads wide open for the picking. So Mafioso dropping really low. Tarek is closing right in. He's the last member of A7, and 4 points now added to the tally for Squad. Oh, that's fine.
GLU is doing great, I can say. It's just so unfortunate though because they just came off from a fight and now they're dealing with Vampire Esports, and that is of course the main reason why they will not make it to stage 5. It's a domination coming from the Vampire Esports. A total of 5 elimination points, but still, you know, quite a good performance coming from GLU before they exited the game. They were able to set up 4 elimination points for themselves. And now, ladies and gents, we got LGD, Vampire Esports, as well as another player coming from D plus Kia here, are all down south here. I'm just not sure if D plus Kia would love to join into the mix here, while Vampire is having a conflict up against LGD. But just look at that. Camel goes down hard. That was a nice shot coming from LGD. Tony K goes down as well. LGD seems to be doing just fine. And here comes Hanzina up against a D plus Kia.
Wow!
From afar, man. That was such a good long range shot from D plus Kia.
They were absolutely locked in. They were looking at the targets of Vampire Esports for the longest time, and I feel like Vampire Esports just got a little bit too feisty, and they were overzealous to extend over onto the open stretch. But then again, we know how difficult it was with the zone closing into this direction as well. So not many options available. Vampire Esports, they at least secured themselves 5 points to pick out for Esports so far. Despite not really getting too much out of the battles just yet, they're about to close in up against LGD. Here comes the push coming in from Sleepy. He's got the nade in hand. He just have to really drop it directly towards the shack. But he's checking the smokes first and foremost. Seems to be clear. 10 now picking up links. And we're looking at this spread coming out of LGD, looking to be pretty interesting as they have had some impact to be able to tackle over onto No Fear. But Jiggle, he drops that big nade. He will find it in return to knock down links.
Horror Esports doing a great job gatekeeping, applying a lot of pressure onto the side of LGD. Oh man, Jiggle receiving some damage as well from his spray out there somewhere, but an effective kill though coming from No Fear. Horror Esports right now applying a lot of pressure again up to for LGD here, definitely going for a pinch. Here comes Sleepy again with another nade attack. And Tian, oh man, he's quite exposed behind. And Horror Esports will capitalize on that one. Here comes Jiggle, trying to dance it off with another player coming from LGD. And that is it, guys. LGD just got erased from Miramar map, courtesy of Horror Esports.
That is just super smooth takedowns coming out of Horror. They slowly single out their targets. They knew what exactly needs to be done since that there is that widespread coming from LGD. Though LGD initially had a certain good idea, but they require at least a knock in order to turn things around. But Horror Esports just proves that they are way faster and they are 2 steps ahead. Now, the entire south side is cleared up. Where exactly does Horror Esports move from here on? Because the zone is about to close. Stage 6 is going to be pretty interesting because it could shift up and towards the city side of Impala, where BTR is currently at. But take a look at that. Fabian as well as DK. They're split 50-50. They're looking to see whether if they will need to book the exact center or just go in for a big wraparound. Seems like they will just extend towards the stretch, dominate the western end, and just wait till further goes. But for Esports, they got to make it quick because right now, if they wait any longer, there's barely going to be enough room for them to play out.
Okay, so I do love the fact that you can already fix your vehicles, right? Especially in Miramar, you know how crucial it is to have vehicles for your mobility. It'll definitely help you to go from point A to point B, and also it can serve as your cover just in case, you know, push comes to shove and you don't have anything to use for cover. Then your vehicles can actually be a good one. But anyway, here comes Horror Esports and D plus Kia fight. We've seen this coming. We've already anticipated this to happen. Now D plus Kia attacking Horror Esports. We've got Chips with 80% health here. Fabian still cooking up a nade to try to keep Horror Esports at bay here, but Sleepy ain't slipping at all. He inflicts a lot of damage up against Ozil here of D+D, and now he's going for a massive crate up against another one and was able to shut down at least one out. He's coming from Ozil, so it's 2 for 2 for Horror Esports.
And Fabian is barely getting enough cover, but he's trading back. Oh, down to 1v1, and they go down. No fear saves it all. 2 members knocked down, and even you still have no fear over on the back to be able to cover ground. So, interesting move because these 2 teams, they were not supposed to meet each other because D+K pushed towards the south side. They kind of rock up the wrong side, and just like that, Horror Esports says, "Come at me, bro. I mean, I can fight all day long." You saw what went down. 2 members, they still close the chicken dinner. You want to try again? Yep, we're going to deliver exactly the same results.
D+P, I feel like they went to the south because they have no place to go. If
they actually do have a lot of place to go. Yeah, like there was a gas station. There was a gas station that was open for them.
Oh wow, maybe. Oh, but yeah. Anyway, it's just so unfortunate for D+Kia and so aggressive on the side of Horror Esports. Now we're definitely going to see battles happen around Impala area. I mean, JD obviously holding into a high ground advantage here. They're over at the mountains. BT are close with Alter Ego Eras, NS Red Force, and 2 players of Thunder Talk Gaming. But Thunder Talk have been passive, from the get-go. They haven't really... I haven't really seen them play or have an altercation with any of the teams just yet, but probably I feel like they're gonna wait it out just because they're down to just 2 players, and I think the best thing to happen right now is for BTR to go up against Alter Ego Eras, which I believe will also be like a 3-way fight because NS Red Force is also just within the area.
It's not going to be an easy task because Battery is also having a long-range attack potential up against BTR if they ever push out. What has been pretty interesting, other than Thunder Talk being a little bit passive, is just that JTG, they were on the hillside for the longest time. They have yet to really strike down many of all these targets out there. For Esports find themselves an advantage to move into the open ground, but that is going to be very risky because there's still plenty of teams inside the city. Now, the onus is on NS Red Force to be leaving that area of the city, so they will have to push Alter Ego and BTR at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. And you know what I feel like? With this kind of energy we're feeling from Horror Esports, it's not impossible at all, for them to score a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. But then again, they will still have to go through a lot of teams like Alter Ego Eras and BTR. But since we are also witnessing like kind of a 3-way fight happen between NS, Alter Ego Eras, and BTR, probably they'll also just wait it out up until, at least one team is eliminated. They could take over a building there, maybe a building where Badger is currently staying at. But of course, it all depends on like what the outcome would be from that 3-way battle that we speak of.
And just like that, they're going on an absolute rampage as the entire Thunder Talk members have been shredded out. Alter Ego are the ones that did not set up the ambush up against the rest of BTR as they were trying to force their way out there. It's going to be up to Snape to actually go in for rescue. It's only going to be Federalis that's going to be alive once he does get that pickup. Pablo now having another situation where Riggs got knocked down from afar, so good going for the side of Nongshim Red Force, while JDG, they have finally made their descent and are about to partake in some of all these battles. Sky knows that BTR is going to be exactly around that corner, and here comes the push coming out of Badru, and it's Sky that's actually shooting upon them.
Okay, that was very risky for the side of Alter Ego Eras, but of course you need all the manpower that you could get just to make sure that you get a good placement from this match. Now, we've got TZ cooking up a nade. He could potentially shut down, all the boys from Alter Ego Eras if, his nade is on point, but that is still a big question mark right there. BTR, we've got Snape and Federalis tandem. Can be hard to get that winner chicken dinner just because they don't have the numbers as well. Let's see what's going to happen. JD, I believe, this is working out for them since they do have that high ground advantage. But then again, the downside of it is that they're exposed. They don't have any cover to protect themselves with, so it makes it easier for other teams to kind of target them, especially for Horror Esports. Man, I mean, we can see that, someone is on prone and just, like easy for him to shut down JD from that point. And here comes Sleepy now, just moving closer and closer to JD. But man, Snape, the defense against the dark arts professor was able to shut him down.
Yeah, as they try to make their climb upwards, they are still going on an attempt while JDG has to put on the offenses as he tries to surf his way around. He's having a tough time controlling that DPS. Instead, switch over to Scar L to get things done. JDG holding their fortress, but this is still not quite done just yet. There is still Jiggle. Let's go over on the low ground. And BTR knows exactly what's happening over on the other quarter, so they are going to be looking to at least push outwards if they could. Nate's now being cooked right in. Not able to hit the mark as he's hoping to connect over on the other side, but they're on the lower ridge. Meanwhile, inside the city, Alter Ego 2 members pinned down. BTR, they're slowly making their advancement, slowly pinning out Badru, so he has to do it all alone. It's going to be Cell QZQ that does find it in return. So there goes. Majority of Alter Ego barely having enough space. Can Snape pull the miracle run here for BTR?
BTR, I can say that it's definitely a good spot for them. But since we're down to just last player, let's see if they can still pull it off. But great nade again coming from Snape, eliminating Badru. If Horror Esports is successful in eliminating players from JD and they get the high ground advantage, then there's a big chance for them to get that back-to-back winner chicken that we were talking about just a while ago. And now we're down to 2. We're down to 2. Okay, so JD versus Horror Esports this time. And I guess they should just wait it out. I mean, the contingency plan definitely would be Sky, right? I mean, Jiggle, no fear. They're the ones pushing, doing all the hard work here. And Sky definitely will provide some support here. But, man, this is a tight one.
It definitely is. Barely enough room for the side of JDG. Now they try to push through. It's looking for Jiggle, but not quite enough. They run into 2 members of Horror Esports, and just like that, the back-to-back win is here for the Purple Hearts. Horror Esports here, dominating throughout their run in day 2.
Oh my goodness. They're walking inside the lobby right now, banging on their chest. Back-to-back winner chicken dinner for the Purple Hearts here, ladies and gents. I just know that you guys are going crazy right down there in the comment section, so might as well cheer for them, because man, it was a tough one. It was a tight competition for game number 2, but still Horror Esports emerged victorious from the clash.
My, how many fights does it take for Esports to go down? Apparently nobody has been able to contest them on a direct duel. You saw what happened to D plus Kia, you saw what happened to those members of JDG, and many more. And just like that, they have crushed the competition. And this is just more than what it seemed to be, because they have secured about close to 15 points in terms of eliminations. And look at the damage numbers. Everybody was involved in every altercation.
Honestly, it was great zone control. It was great pacing as well. All the decisions, it was perfect, for Horror Esports. The rotations, everything worked out to them. It was a pretty hard task. The way that they were trying to flush out JD from the high ground. It was a 50-50% chance. It was definitely high risk, but they were able to pull it off. And, it is a much deserving win for the side of Horror Esports. They really worked hard for it.
Exactly. And I want to say that one of the most pivotal points how they actually win out the trade is that they have this 2-2 split after winning out against D plus Kia. You saw Sky was extending into the city to see if they could just catch anybody rotating outwards. So that actually see the entirety of Horror to get another clean 4 points up against Thundertalk, and then go up against Nongshim Race Force. Alter Ego and BTR at the same time.
Mhm.
While the other two members, they were trying to force their way up the hillside because they know that JDG is up there. If they can just hustle them just about enough, then they could take that position away. And
Mhm.
JDG, they have to suddenly play defensively despite them actually getting that high ground advantage. And just
Mhm.
like that, Horror Esports just shut down everybody completely in this match.
It was also like a good play coming from BTR, especially when the circle shifted again, and there was just like a portion of the building where they were staying at. I feel like if they have more firepower than they could pull off a chicken dinner, because JD as well as Horror Esports, I mean, their position is quite exposed, to be honest. It's just that during the last few zones of the game, BTR, they were playing with only two of their members, and then another one got taken out of the equation, and then it was all Badru, right? But he had an exchange of nades up against who was it again? Was it Badru? Another player from Alter Ego eras. And again, I think like if they do have enough members, they could pull it off. But then again, it was really a hard hard situation between JD and Horror Esports, the battle to get that high ground advantage. So you just have to really give that much kudos to Horror Esports.
Yeah, Sky especially, because he really took charge of the fight. That extension towards Thundertop, and then after that, even finding more in return. And even then down towards the final stretch, he can actually sit back and allow Jiggle to also get into the mix of the battle while he also supports from the back, which is why we are looking at this team to be so versatile on how they actually tag onto all the other teams out there. So super impressive. Sky is absolutely deserving for him to actually secure the top spot. 23 points. That is just about close as 10
wow.
above Alter Ego Aries. While JD Gaming, this has been their biggest round so far. So we are seeing the climb coming in from the team hailing from China. So lovely to actually see it, including improvements coming out of D plus Kia, Non-Simulated Force, and LGD.
I do wonder, with this kind of statistics coming from Horror Esports, if they're successful enough to dethrone Win from Team Flash with the most knockouts, most damage, and most elimination points. Because, man, I mean, it's a back-to-back winner in a chicken dinner, and they've amassed quite a number of elimination points here. Sky, worked hard, to get those numbers up, and we'll see probably later on if that will happen. But match statistics, okay, it's a great number that I'm seeing on the screen. It's 189. I mean, great improvement, I can say. 3 airdrops looted, so teams are like pushing more for greater risks. 385 longest elimination distance coming from Fabian, and I think I saw this one happen just moments ago. I think it was an off angle situation, but we all know what D plus Kia can actually bring into the table. And right now, Horror Esports at the top spot with 82 points. Man, that is I can say the start of something good, for Horror Esports. If they can continue this pace, man, there's no doubt that they can build a solid foundation, to maintain their top spot for day number 2.
Absolutely. And when we take a look at the rest of the pack, because of this double chicken dinner, it makes things harder to do for BTR, D-Saber, as well as Vampire Esports. We see BTR surviving a little bit longer as they overtake D-Savior. We will definitely get an update after the next match, where we are looking at the middle pack actually climbing up. 87 at another 5 points to the tally, moving 1 spot up together with Blue. Meanwhile, ASI wasn't entirely involved in this Miramar run, so of course, no point game, they are slowing down, but that allowed D plus Kia 4 tries to also have certain movements around 4 tries. Unfortunate for them, didn't really actually score all too much, while the rest of the party are still finding it a little tough. But JDG, that was a big round. That is the 10 points that they finally acquired, the first double-digit run for JDG.
The best round yet. Okay, I would love to see more action coming from JDG. I mean, that was a solid one. You know, if they can continue also playing with that kind of energy, and then I mean, there's no doubt that they can definitely climb up ranks. But as for the rest of the PL teams, and of course A1 Aero, who did not play for this round, they did not play for this round. Did they play for this round? No, I don't think so. They're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, but of course everything can still change. You know, it's still anybody's ball game, but not if like you can again build your foundation for day number 2, because come day number 3, that is when the real battle begins. You know, like the tug of war when it comes to the top spot, which is of course the only goal that you should have, right? I mean, if it's not in your goal to be at the top spot, then what are you doing in a tournament? But anyway, we'll talk more about the action that just happened, ladies and gents. We'll be taking just a short break, so please don't go away. What an exhilarating game number 2 that was, ladies and gents. And of course, we are looking out for some more action coming from these amazing teams. And again, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra, and we are still your amazing and favorite casters for this spectacular show.
Yeah, and of course, that's for you guys out there to judge. And of course, you can show us a little bit of love throughout the run, as we are going to be having a long night up ahead. But so far, it's been super exciting to actually witness all the teams really have a go at it. And Hora Esports fans, rejoice. They are on a teardown to really rip the competition apart with that double chicken dinner. And perhaps they were looking at some of these guys coming in from these favorites like, huh, you guys got 2 chicken dinners? We can do exactly that. So just over on to these 2 matches. We are looking at them. everybody else on the block. Now we'll go back into Randall where the top of the stages that are also been one of the best performing teams as they are definitely having some of the high ratios of average rankings.
Exactly, but for this round, I guess, we're jumping back into Irango, but Group A will not be playing for this round, so Horror Esports will be taking a break from all that chicken that they caught so far, so they're having a festivity right now with those chicken dinners. So we're looking at Groups B and C here, ladies and gents, and of course we will welcome back to the game for Miracle Vibes, ASI, Tiamba, RW, A1 Arrow, Sem9, RQ, and of course Team Flash here, ladies and gents. And as early as now, I'm already thinking, okay, which team am I going to pick for my prediction? Which is, of course, making my head ache. But it's something that we need to do. Okay, B and C.
I think that I'm going to keep it pretty straightforward. I look at Team Flash and they have been looking very, very feisty. I think they are definitely really, really strong when it comes down to battles. But I want to see them go to the finish line because we haven't really seen Team Flash really banking up a big win so far, so I'm rooting for them.
Okay, I see that. Okay, I get you. I'm choosing between I Hate You Production. I'm still making my intro, but okay, you can get 4 Miracle Vibes. Okay, so now that you've already close to 4 Miracle Vibes, I'm thinking whether I go for 4th Tribes or Vampire Esports. I can feel. Let's go for 4th Tribes. 4th Tribes it is.
Okay, let's go for it. Now, very, very interesting as we're hoping that we're going to be able to see a lot of all these teams keep up to the pacing of Horror Esports as they by far have been the best performing team so far for today. So I'm just eager to actually see if they could once again do exactly the same.
You know what? Let's take it from the Purple Hearts, ladies and gents. They have been spamming the comment section with a lot of Purple Hearts, right? So you just know that it's a positive energy. And, I think that's what we need to do, right? If you want our teams to win, just, send them good, positive energy, cheer for them, and maybe tag them in the comment section that, hey, we're rooting for you. We want you guys to get that winner chicken dinner, do a little fan service for the audience. Of course, we are looking at how many viewers do we have on the stream? 7,622. So big shout out to you guys. You are the reason why we are trying to keep the energy alive, and because we want you guys to have a very good show.
Yeah, of course, we will definitely have been having such a blast here in this Ruthless Invitational Showdown. We're just eager to actually continue on with the ride. We're not even halfway past the finish line just yet. So here in day 2, the teams are absolutely setting the pace. When you take a look at just some of all these results as well, we have seen improvements from the troubles being used. So you know that they absolutely mean serious business.
I feel like the coffee is kicking in.
I can tell. I mean, I'm chilling. I'm having myself like lemon tea, apple cider. That's kind of it. I mean, I'm having a really splendid time so far. Just spending time with all you guys here, and just looking at all the names out there on the list, I feel like there's just gonna be a big factor that comes into play. I mean, Team Flash, hard hitters. Vampire Esports, I don't know if they're stagnating or what, but it definitely seems like it's a little bit of a slow ride where they have been challenged inside Miramar, but when they move into Erangel, their place is uncontested. So maybe Vampire Esports will once again get back into their winning ways.
Slow ride, take it easy. Okay, that's probably the song playing right now for 4 Miracle Vibes. But you know what, ladies and gents, of course, probably, again, it's a make or break. If you have like one good game, that could make all the difference, right? And it's the same thing. If you've had like a one bad game, then that could mean that you can get pushed further down the ranks. So we'll just have to wait until this team decides to pop off. Right now that we are heading back, of course, to the OG map, that is Irango, we'll be checking out if our team predictions will definitely get those WWCs that we want them to get. But in the meantime, since you guys are having a lot of fun down there in the comment section, again, I just would want to push you guys to just make a lot of noise. Make sure that you cheer for your favorite teams and your favorite players. Perhaps your energy could be, or could be the one to make a difference, you know, for the whole team.
Well, if there's gonna be any form of noise, it's just they clickety clack on those keyboards. That's just about good enough. I mean, of course, you guys know the drill. Support your favorite team out there. Very similar like path as we have seen this in the previous round before. Then we'll cut along the corners of shooting range, headed into Nostrum military base. So, Formexal Vibes, if they're going to be in play, it is going to be a very direct passage into the islands. Now, looking into the situation over on to the course of the center, it is going to be a challenge already coming in for ASI8. It seems like they don't get a break at all. While who exactly are they going up against? It looks like Vampire Esports to me. Right, Lord, JDG.
Maybe, but there ain't no rest for the wicked. Okay, here we go. Let's get back into action here, ladies and gents. One of them is currently knocked down on the ground, though, so... ooh, man. Okay, great counter coming from ASI here. ZZ is down on his knees, probably praying. Let's see what Baby is gonna do in this situation. Just a while ago, you know, it's the same place in Irango where they had an altercation, and obviously ASI lost to Rogue Warriors, so perhaps they can make a difference, you know, for this second round here. So far so good, you know, for the side of ASI8. I think it's a fair fight since both the teams lost, not really lost, but both of the teams are suffering kind of a one member knockdown. So we're waiting like which of them is going to do a reset first.
Looking at the current standpoint, it seems like ASI should be able to do so. The rest of Rogue Warriors doesn't seem like they do have enough resources to go in for a full reset. Talking about quarters of the wall as Huzaifa is holding them back. Got the pump shotgun with them though, and we're looking at Crypto from the high ground. Wow, cheeky angles to work with coming in from our dear Baby. I wonder why exactly he calls himself a baby. I mean, he's full grown up, as we have definitely seen him thrive in his element. But of course, not judging at all. The man should have his reasons.
Crypto doing crypto things. There you go. Coming off the kill feed, though, it's Tiamba versus 4Miracle Vibes, and it seems to me like Tops has had an early elimination. Same thing goes with Rifu, so I don't exactly know what is happening. But anyway, oh, that was a great flashbang right there. And both the teams again has suffered a one member knockdown. Casanova, I think that was it. That's a confirmation we are waiting for. Is currently out of the game now. And also Baby kind of responded with a harsh takedown as well.
Sure enough, and right now it's just a little bit of a standstill coming out of these members of Rogue Warriors. They know that their backs are up against the wall. This battle inside of Serenity has yet to be settled. Last time that we've seen them fight was literally the moment we start off day 2, and it has been rather back and forth overall. And Rogue Warriors, they always almost close up the situation, but this time finding it a lot more difficult to do. The rest of ASI8 activates once more to go in for the push. Now it's down to Huzaifa, and it seems like they will have one member pinned down, and the close isn't exactly clear. They're pretty much flooded from all angles, so they will have to let it go.
Oh wow. Whew. 8K for a long range fight, man. That is a hard gun to control, to be honest. You know, if I would go for a long range shot with a 7 ammo, I would go for a DP. That's actually a much easier gun to control. But anyway, XL doesn't have any choice but to cross the street now. But 2 of members of ASI is just waiting for him to expose himself, and he's been getting a lot of damage. Now he is on prone. just right behind that vehicle over there. But Baby definitely will be asking his teammates to go for the push here. And here we go, just waiting for the kill coming from UZM using that shotgun, but he's having a hard time since they're playing Ring Around the Rosie here. And what a shot coming from XL, ladies and gents! Another one bites the dozen. Now we are seeing a dance-off happen. It's just so good that Baby was able to get the job done.
My, what on earth are we looking at for the moment? As we're also having For Miracle Vibes just dropping those bombshells onto Tianba. And just like that, it's just going to be Sky on the ground. Well, it's still going to take a while before Baron spawns out the rest of them. But damage has been done already. Falak also finding something. This early game sees so much altercation all around the map, it seems.
Hey. We got a first grenade elimination coming from Baron of For Miracle Vibes. Nice to see Baron play for game number or day number 2 of the grand finals. Okay. 4 thrives, 2 elimination points. And okay, they're going up against Sem9. Sem9 a while ago, or in the previous Erangel, didn't exactly have a great game. So this would be their redemption, just in case they would want to improve, of course, their status in the overall rankings. But as for A1, again, that was it. 1 elimination point for the team. Now, again, all we see from A1 is a kind of a passive gameplay, but I'm pretty sure that this is not at all their overall tactic when it comes to the official tournaments, right? So again, maybe it's all part of the grand plan to not expose, what secret weapon they have, in the, for them to prepare for the global scene, or maybe in other official tournaments. But yeah, hopefully, we see some explosive gameplay from A1 today. But Tiamba, okay, 1 casualty, 2 points. They're attacking the blue as of the moment because military base is already slowly devoured by the Blue Reaper. We also got Sem9, Vampire Esports, and 4 thrives around Fairy Pier area, but there's already a need for them to move at this point because, well, it's not difficult just yet, because this is just stage 1. But again, I mean, you don't want to be late when it comes to getting inside the circle.
But judging from the situation from the majority of these teams, we've seen them just go hammering down onto teams whenever they are being challenged in the early spam phase because they can afford to. Phase 1 probably wouldn't hurt all too much, which is why For Miracle Vibe says it's nothing unusual because they've always played inside the island one way or another. Sometimes you gotta wait until end of phase 2 to actually make that rotation. So it's just gonna be a normal ordeal. But DX versus RRQ, a full rupture fight with Nugget over on the outskirts to be able to tack one down. But in the meantime, the Pekko has already been taken out by Paragen. Miller needs to be sent towards Swabel, and Nate T is on the hunt. That exchange sees Razak coming for a flag. Boy Donkey is also involved to help their brothers from Indonesia. And just like that, D-Saber slowly crumbling. Now it's down to Nate T.
Vine Donkey definitely saw an opportunity there to take one player down coming from D-Savior. What a third party getting into the mix here. Now Vine Donkey again seizing the day, eliminating the remaining boys of D-Savior. And wow, what a way to exit the game. Oh, wasn't able to put any numbers onto the scoreboard there, which is of course another unusual gameplay coming from the Vampire Esports team. And of course the fight is not over just yet. RQ's not out of the woods just yet, just because Vine Donkey has been doing an effective third-party thing, and it's a critical situation for the side of RQ since obviously Boinducky has the upper hand advantage over this one. But what a showdown we are seeing coming from both of the teams here. Vector or Extra here trying to defend himself effectively well, and now they have gotten off the points here up against RQ.
That's a perfect third-party action coming from the rest of Voing Donkey. Meanwhile, Team Flash, they are also closing in up against members of JDG, climbing upwards, already securing all those 4-pointers up against other squads out there. They are still on the hunt. On the course of Yasna Pollyanna. This has been their home ground, and they're unhappy with the arrival of the PC side. Quickly as it goes, tops with the jump shot. Ridiculous work on the UMP. just like that, secures one.
Hmm. What a monstrous start though for the side of Team Clash, and maybe you're right here. You're onto something here, Contra. But JD Gaming, okay, despite the fact that they've had quite a good start during the Miramar match, it's an early elimination for them. For them in this game. Stage two, and we already have like a number of teams already taken out of the game here. We got D Savior, RQ. We also got Sem9, JD. A1 and Rogue Warrior. So it's a wild fight that we are seeing right now here in Erangel. As for BTR, they're already in the circle, in the middle to be exact, pretty close with Void Donkey and its Red Force, ASI, and Thunder Talk. So Thunder Talk, they are at the edge of the circle here, so they have the chance to do a gatekeeping situation up against Team Clash. But checking out what Red Force or NS Red Force is doing at the moment, of course, they are doing a great job so far, trying to keep BTR at bay. And there's need upon how people for BTR to get into that compound because that's one of the prime spots, I guess.
Definitely, and BTR, they held the high ground. They understand that they are susceptible to whatever gang is out there. And just like that, the rest of these players are able to at least hold them down for a little bit longer. So, not too much of a hustle as we are looking at TZ to be able to recuperate with the rest of Nongshim Red Force. Still going to be able to at least hold on for the meantime. You can definitely see why BTR wants that location, because that is one of the very few compounds just right below shooting range where Void Donkey is also around that vicinity. Vampire Esports are rotating across the riverside, and they're about to join in the party. It's going to be a big rupture out there. Plenty more teams over on the blue zone trying to make their cut right there. And as a matter of fact, that's a total of 4. We expected Formatical Vibes to move it slow, but they've already lost 2 members in the process.
The Blue Ripper took another soul from Tiamba. Okay. Not exactly sure what is happening with Tiamba at the moment, but Yuans was the one who actually got sent back to the lobby, not by any player, but actually the blue zone. For Miracle Vibes, still over to the west bridge here, coming off of military Sosnovka base. Alright, that is right. Okay, military base. Circle shifted again, and there goes another one. Man, okay. Mighty from Tiamba just kind of gave up.
Oh, interesting enough. I wasn't really expecting that, but understandably, some areas are really hard to actually traverse upon, so better luck next time, I guess. But for Huzaifa, he's now moving towards the side of BTR. Very big run in, but somehow Snape, he crashes over onto them both and just shuts them off completely with the shotgun shells pummeled to their face.
That was a bold move right there, man. Okay, so back to BTR here. They're coming after Baby. Can he pull off a win here? Oh man, tried to dance off against Federales, and Baby just got served.
Yeah, I just feel for the rest of these members of ASI8. I mean, that push was supposed to at least take out Snape, but it didn't really happen. And I don't know how Snape does it, but he just single-handedly delivered everything back to the side of BTR while the nades flying right in. Nongshim Red Force infiltrates the compound where Void Donkey has been able to overwhelm members of RRQ prior to this.
Man.
And swarming right through, here comes Vaxi. This is where we find Void Donkey to play so much more aggressive than the day before. It's going to be Doxy right on the low ground to try to see if they can change anything at all. But that is a perfect nade. Now, only TC left. He's just leaping right off the building. And I guess he just fell flat.
It was a great trap set up by Void Donkey, obviously. That was an easy, convincing win from the Indonesians right there. I mean, NS Red Force just took the bait. It was easy for them to kind of just throw a lot of nades, try flush them out. They were obviously disoriented, and they were caught off guard in that situation. And again, you have to take every opportunity. If you do have the advantage, you gotta seize the day, and that's exactly what Voinducky did during that match. For Miracle Vibes, however, exited the game with only 1 point, so we haven't seen like a great performance just yet coming from For Miracle Vibes. Bigatron, however, okay, they do have 4 elimination points under their belts. And it was a fast one, to be honest. I mean, we're looking at our final 5 teams here. Voinducky being at the top spot here, but I feel like the gap isn't that wide compared to BTR. I guess they're the 2 teams here that has the best chance of getting that chicken dinner. But of course, you shouldn't look down on Team Flash, Vampire Esports, and even Thunder Talk Gaming. I mean, Team Flash, it was a fiery start for them. Vampire Esports, we've seen this guys really become the apex predators that they can inside the game. So we shouldn't just like take them out of the equation just yet.
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking anyone out of the equation at all. But when we take a look at the entirety of the course right now, it is an even fight, especially we're only at stage 4. These teams are actually battling so hard in the early game to the point that it's just so difficult for everybody else out there to really get much done. So, I don't know, it's going to take a while before we actually wrap this one up, since stage 4 still covers so much ground. We're not really expecting too many of all these big fights to erupt just yet. So, we shall actually wait and see till we have more things on our screen, where Voinducky so far have been the most impressive in terms of improvements out of the many of pack from that third party and the defense that they held up against those members of Nongshim Red Force. They get spotted out, but quickly as they go, they move deeper into the crash site. So you're a little bit more cover to work with. Vampire Esports, they're on the hunt. They know that they're going to be walking right into that location. That this is not going to be the easiest place to defend, but at least there's decent enough cover for Donkey to work with.
And this is the part when it gets very exciting for us. It's the critical moments, for the 5 teams remaining here inside the game. You can see the Camel is just going off, berserk up against Voinducky here, but we just have to consider the distance, right? It's a bit too far, to shut anyone down. Bigatron, we got Voxy. Whew, man, okay. Massive spray, but not exactly sure if he was able to take a point there. But Win is currently knocked down on the ground, and Federal is looking to see what the deal, and he was able to do that with his car. Just look at that. Very badass. 5 elimination points now for the side of BTR, currently dominating the space here. Razak very low in HP though, but just look at the number of elimination points set up by Voinducky. It's a total of 11.
Yeah, they've been winning fights after fights, and BTR just crashes them right through. Razak has got no chance whatsoever. That is how you let players off. BTR dominating the entirety of the South. Well, Potato tries to actually fend them off. This is a position that I was telling you about where crash site, it looks like it has cover, but there's only a few walls or whatever the plate offers you to yourself pretty much under cover. Other than that, it's not exactly the best spot possible, which is why Voinducky was so susceptible to attacks coming in from Void, VPE, and now loses 2 against the likes of BTR as well. Team Flash somehow got withered down, while they're about to bow out because there's nades after nades. I don't know how he's going to get it out alive, but he is just hiding out here inside the hovercraft. And just like that, goes in for the exchange. He's actually raising that nades his own teammate. And oopsie daisy. That actually is a little bit of fumble coming from BTR, as Snake kind of taken out his own by overfragging.
Yeah, they're probably just laughing it off. It was a mishap, yes, with friendly fire from the side of BTR, but that puts them at 2nd place here. In terms of like who will get the winner with chicken dinner. Now Tony K going crazy as well with that spray. But he just missed his opportunity to put down a player from the side of Voinducky. But of course, the fight is not over just yet, right? Vampire Esports right now has the best chance of getting that WWCD. But 11 elimination points for Voin Donkey, man. Okay, this is a great way to say hello to the fans out there. Voin Donkey is back, baby.
Absolutely, and just looking at the current teams so far, it's just purely out of all the finest of PMSL Southeast Asia. So that's it. Tony K still on board. You know the kind of damage this gentleman can do alongside with Schweppes, who's looking for their flank. Potato's position is going to be really hard to be spotted by any of these members of Vampire Esports. So I think he really have to defend Exter over onto the outskirts because he's being approached by Camel already. That's one Camel I don't want to ride. Fun fact. Then speaking of which, oh, they're looking for Camel instead. So Exter, you at least have a piece to go in for a trade with him. Tony K, baby. Potato goes down, but quickly traded back by Exter.
Okay, all right. This is a really interesting exchange coming from Voin Donkey and Vampire Esports. Now we've got Exter right here cooking up a nade himself. Is trying to put down players from Vampire Esports. Tony K still low in HP here. I mean, obviously Voin Donkey is not letting Vampire Esports to do a reset here to recuperate from this situation, and that's exactly what he needs to do to really maintain their lead at the moment. But BTR is not joining to the mix just yet, but it'll be easy for BTR to kind of annihilate not just one team, but both of these teams.
Yeah, they know that they're pretty much all bunched up all together, so BTR, all they really have to do is just swarm right through and absolutely run the competition. It's all down to Schweppes right now on the outskirts. And this Camel definitely looking to be a little bit thirsty, running out. And that is going to be the first contact moving right in. Just like that, Boxy secures a winner chicken dinner for Bigatron Esports.
Is this their second chicken dinner of the night? You man, these boys are cooking. All right, of course, this is the kind of action that we expect coming from Bigatron Esports. Right? I mean, they do have this mission to dominate not just in the local scene, but in the global scene as well. So again, this is a fiery setup or lineup, a roster that we are seeing from Bigatron Esports. And again, you know, we just have to say that even without Luxy and Zuxi, you know, the Tachibana twins, the legacy of Bigatron Esports, I mean, we do have to admit that it's kind of a big shoes to fill, but so far so good. I'm loving this lineup. Bigatron showing right now that they are still a formidable team to watch out for.
Fair enough, and overall, I definitely do love the new look as we can trust in Coach Ken to really set a perfect team. Now, looking at the current standpoint, where BTR has been feeling such a young roster, of course, that includes Federalis, who got bombarded of his own teammates. It wasn't exactly flawless, but hey, I guess at least the kill is still in their hands, you know, like something that they could just easily go for a quick fix when it comes down to going for more of all these erratic fights. But that's it. We're gonna see whether or not all the other teams can be able to catch up to speed. BTR now races up against the rest of the members of Hora Esports with such a massive performance. We also see many of all these kill points to be favoring not only Voin Donkey with that big 10-pointer, but also Team Flash, who's gotten themselves into the take of the battle.
I mean, it's Indo pride, so to speak, because you know, the top performing teams for this round are both you know, coming from Indonesia. BTR, Voin Donkey, of course there were also Vampire Esports from Thailand, and we really cannot deny the power that, you know, Team Flash that showed us, you know, for this particular match, because, you know, from the get-go they have been aggressive, and we want more of that action coming from Team Flash. Head to head here, ladies and gents, damage output, obviously it's a wide gap here that was set up by Bigatron, especially with the elimination points as well. So I think it's safe to say that Bigatron won this head-to-head battle.
Definitely, and of course, taking a look at the best performing member so far, Snape. You saw that double swing onto those members of ASI 8, and my, that was the beginning of the end for everybody else out there because that got them super riled up, and there's definitely a lot more that BTR is going to show us in these upcoming matches, but we're going to be moving into Miramar next. So I want to see this side of Snape once more. 800 over damage, 500 or should I say 5 eliminations to be taken down.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a compliment by Razy, where, Federalis got taken down by his own teammate, but it just goes to show that this team could just swing with any member and they're going to hit super hard.
One of the major concerns I think for BTR before was the fact that, Federalis was a Filipino, and perhaps the language barrier would be kind of an issue for BTR, but so far so good. I mean, he's blending in well. I mean, the rotations, the synergies, kind of perfect, and they have been making quite a statement in the official tournaments as well. So I am seeing a bright future for Bigatron, to be honest. Now, that is, again, a convincing win, for the side of BTR. Again, Indo Pride. So I want to see that from the comment section. 23 points in total. And then we have Boing Dunking here coming in at second place with 16. So first two teams in the match leaderboard comes from Indonesia. And then we got Team Flash from Vietnam with 13. And Vampire Esports from Thailand with 11 points. So we've got at least 5 teams here, or 4 teams rather, that ended the game with a double-digit score.
That's right, and a lot of all these other teams are also catching up to speed. 4 tribes, despite having their run to be ended early, they did manage to win their duel. The same could be said about a few other notable squads out there, but mainly the top 4, which consists of majority of these Southeast Asian teams, are still looking super dominant in the matches wrangle, and I believe that to be a trend for a long time coming. Tops have a golden number of a triple tree for the longest distance of elimination. Meanwhile, this circle definitely was very troublesome for a lot of teams to rotate. Even four Miracle Vibes did not really make the cut. And that also goes to show how difficult these matches have been for today.
Yeah.
Tied.
And they're currently tied up. Again, with just one game, right? I mean, okay, so, well, to be fair, Bigatron now has a total of 2 chicken dinners as well, so pretty tied up with Horror Esports. I'm not sure where. Okay, maybe because of elimination points for Horror Esports is already at 48, so not exactly sure why. Okay, but anyway, we'll figure it out later, ladies and gents. But I can already see 3 Indonesian teams on the first page.
Yeah, they definitely have the usual consistent results when it comes down to sticking to their tactics. Majority of them definitely have got a really strong foundation because of their coaching staff as well as analysts to always provide them just about good enough of an information to work around whichever course that they actually play towards. So things are looking rather smooth for them. Meanwhile, of course, I think the bottom of the page with said time and time again on the current struggles that PEL members are currently facing. But some of the names, like Team Secret as well as Semline, wasn't exactly involved. Therefore, there's no movements whatsoever other than certain teams surging up the top.
I was thinking a while ago, looking at the roster right now, the BTR roster, and I was wondering, who is not playing currently. I think that would be Satar. So it's Voxy in, Satar out, and they're still performing great. So that is something to look out for. But anyway, I do love what I'm seeing in the comment section. You guys, I love all of the hearts that I'm seeing. Positive energy. Nobody's fighting. That's what we want. So ladies and gents, continue on bringing in the positive vibes. We need it as well. So don't go away. We'll be taking a short break. So don't dare change that channel.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. That was a big chicken dinner won by Bigatron Esports as they're on the hunt, chasing up against Horror Esports. And because of that chicken dinner, now they are sharing that #1 spot where Bigatron, they are just having the same amount of points after a chicken dinner of their own because they scored one yesterday as well. But the race is still on. Vampire Esports are also gunning after that title as well. So moving into Miramar, this is going to be a heat of the battle where Aura, RRQ, BTR, and Flash, they have been big movers in this matchup. And looking at this current rate, the biggest elimination points have been secured by Aura so far. But in terms of ranking, BTR has consistently made that top 4 margin.
Yeah, I really thought that it was their second chicken dinner of the night, but then again, I remembered during the first day, BTR did amazing as well. So, I got a little confused there, but it's okay. But getting back into match number 10 here, we're gonna go back to the desert of Miramar. It's going to be groups A versus B here, and I'm just really looking at the teams here because I'm already making a choice for myself for the team prediction. Who am I gonna go for next?
Okay, so this is the first time, by the way, Red Queen, that we're beating production in the first couple of days. I think production will make a comeback. I can't be too certain. So he wastes no time. See, he's going for horror already, so we can't vote for that.
What?
So I'm going for Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, not a bad choice. Okay, this is going to be B and C, right? For match 4, A and B. A and B. Okay. Who am I gonna go for? You know what? I'm gonna take my chance here and go for Team Flash.
Okay. Strong choices out there. By the way, production, it's Alter Ego for me. Yep.
All right.
Got that one down. So either ways, well, these are big performers moving into Miramar, and that's also because when we take a look at the top 4 performers, these are the notable names, and on top of it, BTR is not in this game. And BTR, I think back in their initial run back in day 1, that's where they actually scored their first chicken dinner, which is why we kind of felt, hey, BTR kind of did win somewhere. So Horror Esports, can they make it the treble? And looks like today they are on that dominating streak. They only took a break. Maybe that break broke their tempo, or maybe it supplemented them even more. So I want to see what happens here on.
Maybe, right? Choices. But you know what? I just went for Team Flash because I just know that they have this powerful motivation. I mean, for day number 2, they have been racking a lot of points. And also, I'm drinking a Vietnamese coffee. So, by the way, Vietnamese know their coffee. That's all I want to say. Most of the coffees that I really, really like comes from Vietnam.
Yeah, I really do think that they have strong flavor profiles, and even the leather ones taste super nice. So if you guys have time to, of course, visit, you guys definitely need to just pop by any Vietnamese coffee stores. That aside, of course, we do have some time before we kickstart our matches. Other than Vietnamese coffees, I think Indonesian coffees, they're pretty interesting as well.
Ooh.
So
I haven't tried an Indonesian coffee, to be honest.
Oh, you should, because they're massive producers and they're not as expensive as a lot of all the other coffees from the rest of the regions, which is pretty nice. Like you get to enjoy it whenever you could. Maybe just order online somewhere. This is not any commercial by any chance, if you guys are wondering. But yeah, it is scrumptious.
I just got curious. Do we have any Indonesian coffee here in the Philippines? Now, I'm just going to Google it, okay? Indonesian coffee.
I'm very sure there is.
Coffee. And how about you guys? I mean, while I'm searching for my coffee, let us know down there in the comment section if you guys have tried Indonesian coffee or if you have any recommendations for a brand of Indonesian coffee that you would like us to taste. That would be great.
It's getting randomer and randomer. So, of course, no more coffee conversations, but you can take your sip while we are getting our run started, moving into our next match.
Okay, so we do have the tomorrow coffee and Kenangan coffee. Okay, I just don't know where they are exactly, but I'm definitely gonna be testing that one out. But anyway, okay, we do want that adrenaline to pop off. We are already halfway through day number 2 of this tournament. Of course, we don't want you guys to wait any further. We're gonna be starting the Miramar match here. I know it's gonna be sunny and hot in the desert of Miramar. It's going to be fire. So let's just wait for the teams to bring on the heat, so to speak. And let's have our action.
There we go as we kickstart over on the south side by the corners of Protona, headed into the Oasis. I always want to see circles on either end of this field. If we can end inside of Power Grid, why not, right? Like, there's always that tinge of possibility, but I can keep my hopes up every single time and read it every other day. But when we take a look at the southern area of the map, it seems to be broader congested with plenty of all these teams around that vicinity.
Right. Okay, most of the teams opted to drop around the south part area of the map here, but yeah, I mean, it's a dead giveaway, right? I mean, if you do have that kind of fly path, you almost already know like which areas are going to be highly populated. So in this case, Los Leones will definitely be occupied. We've got Team Flash headed towards that direction, and most probably AZIAT as well. Alter Ego might be onto the south part area of Los Leones, pretty close with D plus Kia and LGD, so perhaps they're going for that vehicle gameplay before they get into any towns here to pillage through. But let's just wait what will happen, because Alter Ego Ares now has a compound.
Wow.
And just getting all of the resources they need. But will there be any altercations? Of course, we just have to wait.
Just look at how empty the center of the circle is, other than having Team Flash as well as these members of Road Warriors and South Picado. This circle, it's giving Los Leones vibes to me. I could be wrong. It will be moving either maybe around that corners of Cantera, just above Los Leones. So either ways, make sure to follow us on Ruthless Hype Esports. We're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube for sure, where you guys should be watching. Else, you can also hang around on TikTok. We'll be posting some of the best clips out there, so you can keep up to speed with all the immense action what we do have here in Ruthless Hype Esports.
Oh yeah, don't forget to give us a follow, a like, and a share, man. You know, it's a massive community, and we'd love to grow with you, ladies and gents. So do hit that sub button, ladies and gents. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to show us some love as well by following our pages. Right, we're very easy people to find. Just type our name in the search box, and our accounts will definitely pop. And now getting back into the game here, we've got RQ complete squad here. I don't see any teams that might contest against them just yet. Team Flash on prone. Oh, Bows is trying to sneak an attack up. Okay, up against ASI 8.
Yeah, two super aggressive teams going up against each other. It is Team Flash that initially gets the drop upon them, which is why I'm seeing red bars over on the leaderboards. Even WBG have one member bleeding out. I'm not too sure what's really happening on that corner map, but we will focus on to some of these moving targets for Zeus, as he does manage to get a little bit of a catch by the corner warehouse. As I just started to loot, and that nade falling really closely, unable to actually hit the mark just yet. So coast is clear as we are looking at the rest of Team Flash on a hot streak so far. Seems like the rest of the other players are just going to be sitting still for now. Casanova secures himself that Tommy gun to be able to at least trade back if push comes to shove. So pretty clear for what it's worth. as no teams want to fully commit against each other.
I do love that sunshine, like a pocket full of sunshine. Okay, that's UZM. That's a nice touch on his avatar just there. Anyway, we've seen an exchange happen, and that was, of course, coming from ASI8 and Team Flash. We've got 1 point on the side of Team Flash here, so probably they do have that upper hand advantage in terms of numbers. Bows is cooking up a nade here, but not exactly sure if he can potentially shut down any of the players from ASI, but that was completely off target there. But he does have a dangerous weapon at hand. That's a DBS right there.
Yeah, pretty commonly found across Los Leones and right at this current moment the rest of SI8 now bunch up together to take on Bose. On the other corner is going to be Zeus as he's trying to lock Crypto away from this fight. That smoke just sets up a little bit of decoy, and that's kind of it for now. Bose feeling rather feisty now, seeing them dance all across, expecting a nade to be popped right through. So Bose, you need to actually find a way to dodge this one. He still receives a little bit of chip damage, but enough to answer back. So not too shabby after all, coming in from these players. While we're looking at the altercation to continue on. Seems to me that the rest of the members of Team Flash are going to be pushing out the open. Finds UZM, and Bose finally hitting the mark. Despite needing to actually go in for the save win, it's going to be knocked down. Over on the back, they are trying to bring them down with a VSS. Baby! Crypto actually hits them right on the spot, allowing this exchange to go on. Team Flash might actually be sent out very early as they need to win this battle, and there's no time to even going for a rescue.
Yep, Huzaifa and Baby coming to the rescue here. I mean, we have a couple of ASI down at the moment, so there's a need for them to pick up their teammates as well. So, I mean, which team is going to be the first one to recuperate in this situation? I mean, just look at them both resuscitating their teammates. Well, Baby is trying to make a way here, buying some time for the rest of ASI8. Now, Huzaifa right outside the door. Bows will be there to welcome them just in case they decide to get inside. Okay, we see ASI throwing a lot of nades just to flash him out. What exactly Team Flash is going to do in this situation? They're backed in the corner, but ASI 8 seems to have the number advantage this time. You know, what a sequence of events here. Baby, okay, trying to make a way here, but just look at that. Team Flash, both of them, 60% on health here.
Yeah, and it is looking to be a very daunting task. And that nade lands perfect onto Bose. Now it's only down to wait. Just going for one tag. More to go. He has to do the second time. He actually gets the second drop. Oh my! Win! You can't do this. It's absolutely illegal. He drops down, and everyone from ASI8 line up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was insane of a clutch. I mean, you gotta admit, guys. I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. Right? I mean, even if you are an ASI fan, that move was top notch.
Out of whirlwind. What did you eat for breakfast today? Man, he's so fired up that Team Flash did never back down. Like, look at that fight. They were not supposed to win that one.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. That was a great one. Oh man, that's definitely a major highlight, you know, for win of Team Flash. Okay. Man, he's a great addition to the lineup. That's definitely for sure. But okay, let me catch my breath here. Whew. Okay. Circle time. We still have quite a number of teams attacking the blue here. We got RQ as well as Horror Esports coming from the northern side, Sem9 and Tiamba, and maybe the GLU squad coming from the west side. But we've got Sovel over here coming from RQ, finishing the job, getting rid of Weibo Gaming at stage 2.
Yeah. You asked me to get over it. I don't think we ever will. There's just too many clutches, and most of the time we go into Miramar, this is what happens.
when push comes to shove, you just gotta pull something out of the rabbit hat. I mean, I was about to say the other word, but yeah, it's it's crazy.
It's
Like
crazy.
ASI8, maybe you could say it's overconfidence. Maybe you could say that there's just only one player. You could just guard the outskirts. You could look at this guy from the window pane and maybe take him out. They wasn't prepared for what Win just cooked right there. And I guess if we were to move on, we would take a look at Horror Esports. They're tanking a little bit of the blue, moving from the north point. The zone is still around the central region, so perhaps Horror Esports could be looking to book areas like Hacienda's outskirts to be slowly paving their path inwards. But a little bit of bumpy ride for Sleepy. But not a big commotion at all. So we'll still be able to get these boys to be having a stable run, while Alpha 7, they always fancy a little bit of that early skirmish, now finds some moving opportunities coming from Rogue Warriors, I do believe.
That was pure adrenaline right there. Oh man. Okay, let's get back to business here. 14 teams remaining here, and again, ASI8 already out of the game. Same thing goes for Weibo Gaming. We are currently at stage 2 with 50 seconds more on the clock before we get to the third stage of match number 4 here, ladies and gents. Halfway through day number 2 of the grand finals. Anyway, A1 seems to have company. Okay, that would be the boys of Alter Ego Eras. We've got Bad Drew flashing his one elimination point, and right now they do have a great vantage point up against A1 Arrow. Just not quite sure though if they're going for the hard push just yet, or maybe those are just warning shots.
Seems to be a couple of warning shots for now. Win now has to do it all alone. At least you're in the city of Los Leones in a sense where some parts are still covered up, so he could still try to hold on at the very least. Isn't exactly the easiest of tasks. When you take a look at the center, it will actually close over onto the usual region in between Picado as well as the south side. So that's a good news for Bose as well as Wit. Well, I guess he did manage to actually get the revive done after all. While very close to them is A1, Alter Ego, as well as D plus Kia. Rogue Warriors, they are having a really good focal point just by the hillside of the outskirts of Picado.
Okay, from the kill feed, it's Horror Esports versus Rogue Warriors this time, and I think they are picking off some of the players from Rogue Warriors, so that is a good sign over to the side of Horror Esports. They do have quite a good vantage point, I can say. They are all alone from the west side of the circle here, but not for long, just in case M9 decides to head on towards that same direction. GLU, okay, they're getting picked off as well. By LGD this time, and a while ago, it was JDG that made a good impression. So perhaps we can see the same thing coming from LGD this time. So a lot of letters, quite confusing sometimes, but hey, it's okay. Anyway, GLU, ladies and gents, dancing it off with LGD, but it's Hasby right now, currently knocked down on the ground, but great follow through coming from Hexas. Great counter as well. It's a back and forth trade from both of the teams here. We got Tian repositioning himself, getting the high ground advantage, and now his anticipating this attack coming from GLU. Cooking up a nade here. Can he get the job done, though?
Looks like he could, but the rest of these members over on the bomb side are just slowly closing in as well. Kid playing a very dangerous game as he just runs towards the open. Not trying to know, but he is turn around. The Blue Zone's also clipping onto him, and just like that, Glue Squad managing to complete the task, and it is looking so rowdy out there in the fields.
All right, here we go. RQ in a little bit of a pickle here. GK, up to Secret. Of course, just got knocked down here. Man, okay, even though they're at a disadvantage, RQ remains to be elusive and was able to get the job done, with 5 elimination points, so not bad at all. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Team Secret, they're already out of the game with only 1 elimination point, which brings us down to just 12 teams remaining, and we are just at stage 3 here, ladies and gents. The action is non-stop.
Come on, stop. Just having a little bit of duke out there in the fields as we are just going to be seeing a couple of all these instances where they're just trying to go in for the tags, and it seems to me that some of these members are just looking to push and shove each other out over in the far corners of South RRQ, getting themselves very busy with the approach of Alpha 7. So they got to wrap this one quick because they're just by the edge of it all. This blue zone's going to close in, so it's going to be a world of hurt either ways. Turtling right in. RQ's got to make an advancement, but they are just boxed in. So where to go?
Carillo dominating with 3 elimination points, ladies and gents. Squash Boo on attack mode as well. Has been trying to flush out Nerpeko, but Nerpeko already down, but he just want to make sure that he gets the point. And now we've got Alpha 7 dominating with 5 points under their name, coming off the kill feed as well. We've got Tiamba getting annihilated. And yeah, there goes RQ as well, exiting the game with 7 elimination points. And we are at a fast-paced game here, even though we are at Miramar. I mean, it's 10 teams remaining here for Stage 4.
Yeah, and despite that, just looking at the current circumstance, it is just a tough luck that they got boxed in, but RQ, they secured just about good enough points to work with. Whereas the rest of For Miracle Vibes, they're just hoping for a safe journey true and true. Looking so far, gained by, of course, some of the finalists coming in from Mongolia, while For Esports have already opened up their account very early on to win some of all these duels. Of all the Southeast Asian teams, do you notice that Team Secret so far haven't really made any major impact in any of their runs so far? It's peculiar, isn't it? Versus Sem9, they did manage to at least get a couple of top 5 finish. Maybe on a low kill number count, but it's still pretty decent. But I want to see more coming out of Team Secret. So maybe they're being contested on some of all their drop spots. But overall, it hasn't been an easy task for Team Secret to get back to their winning ways. But we will, of course, digress from that. This Alter Ego are on a mission to defend the outskirts of Los Leones.
Maybe they're testing out some new strats, just to prep, for the upcoming official tournaments. We don't know. We are at the mercy of these teams, whether or not they're in a good mood to give us a taste of that chicken dinner that we've all been craving. But anyway, looking at the 10 teams remaining, it's still promising, though, because Alter Ego Errors is still alive and with a complete squad, and you just know that Alter Ego Errors with a complete squad is kind of dangerous, to be in the same lobby with them. But Horror Esports maintaining a good pace, although Sky is already not part of the team now. For this match. But they did manage to put up 4 elimination points, which is, I think, a strong start for Miramar. And again, we do expect for Horror Esports to keep that pace, to keep that same energy. And now that they've already racked 2 chicken dinners, for day number 2, perhaps they can go for the 3rd one.
Yeah, there's still a very solid chance that if we take a look at their current position, they are trying to actually make their pavement a little bit more doable, but just bypassing some of the members of Sem9. What's going to be really concerning is that there is D+ here right around the vicinity, so they need to actually push through this fight. So we'll have to see. Rookmore is also getting pushed by 8-7. Alpha 7 so far on a high, is already securing 6 points, and they want even more from here.
Okay, here we go. Mafioso slowly creeping in up against Warriors here with an S12K. Oh, but another mishap for the side of Mafioso. We did not expect that to happen. He had all the opportunities to knock down that opponent, but unfortunately, he got outsmarted by a rogue warrior over here. Now, XL going in for the charge with an S12K as well, and was able to get the job done as well. Squash Boo had been squashed.
I like the way you put it. And looking at the other teams out there, Rogue Warriors, at least they get a couple of points before bowing out, while the rest For Miracle Vibes see this fight happening, and For Miracle Vibes are looking to crash in the gates. It's Revo, though. Revo best performing players coming in from their squad is looking to really shut them down completely. We'll have to see where do they actually pull forward with this one. And for Miracle Vibes, having Topsy knocked out, still trying to actually single out some of all these areas of play to see how precautious they are moving into this equation. It seems like the coast seems to be clear for now. Sleepy now up for the challenge against D plus Kids because they really have to fight for these compounds. And just like that, rushing over on the other corner, dropping one big nade and holding all these members in the smoke back.
You have to fight for something that you want when it comes to Battle Royale here. It's going to be a hard task, though, for Sleepy going up against D plus Kia all alone. Well, let's see. Oh, no! A Steph Curry move pulled off by D plus Kia, eliminating the boys of Hurrah Esports. Which brings us down again to just 8 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. But the action never stops because we're looking at GLU squad as well as A1 Arrow and 4 Miracle Vibes. Unfortunately, Dog caught a nade. Ruthless right now needs to rescue his teammate, but he needs to throw that Molly first. That Storm is on a killing spree here.
Oh, finally, A1 Esports are getting things going so far, and they still have all 5 of their members still on board, wrapping up the North. They're looking to crash out whoever's out there. Revo somehow managed to survive up against those members of 4 Miracle Vibes, and it seems like it is just going to be a little bit crazier from the outskirts here. 7-9, mixing the top 7, but no points gained from eliminations, and even Alpha 7 will go down this time around. That was Revo, bunch in between both A1 as well as Baron. Now, Sinister knows that there is someone around that corner, and he's about to make a check.
Okay, so this is a good one. Divide and conquer situation again for the side of A1 Arrow. I mean, we've got 2 of them already in the middle of the circle here. Alter Ego Eras has a compound to work with, but I feel like D plus Key and GLU, the fight will definitely happen in just a while. As for Baron of 4 Miracle Vibes, he will have to deal with 2 players from A1 Arrow. That would be Death Storm and Sinister. He cannot get inside the safe zone without dealing with this 2 players coming from A1 and also Alter Ego Eras. I mean, we shouldn't take them out of the equation just yet because they're probably quiet for now, but they're I'm sure that they're just waiting for the right opportunity to take advantage of up against 4MV and A1.
I absolutely do agree with that. A1 Esports now with the M24, a weapon that's looking pretty rare these days, as we've seen Hitman really hitting Mark that before. Big damages, but that's a fast-moving vehicle, so it's just going to be pretty tough. What's this other weapon? I really got to check because I'm pretty sure he's got some options out there. He's looking sticking out, and this could be pretty easy to just pick Baron up, but still has that smoke, so still no luck just yet.
You know what I like about Baron's gameplay is that we always see him get in this kind of a critical situation, but he can still save himself, you know. I mean, he's very good at that, but judging by the situation right now, I mean, he doesn't have enough cover to begin with, so, I mean, surviving that position can be really tough, but let's see, maybe he has a magic that he can pull off, you know. And save himself. But anyway, Alter Ego Airs, what a turn of events. I mean, they are now at the top of the chart here. You know, best chance of getting that winner with a chicken dinner. And then A1 Arrow still in the middle of the map here. But Alter Ego Airs, I think, will be gunning for that compound so that they'll have some space to work with. GLU, just like what we mentioned a while ago, they will have this head-to-head battle with D plus Kia. I think they are somehow winning the fight because Fabian already down on the ground, which of course puts D plus Kia at a great disadvantage because GLU obviously has that high ground, and it will be difficult for D plus Kia to maneuver just because they will be coming from the lower ground.
Yeah, all these nades, it's just gonna be really tough for them to, of course, even move out of positions. Barons has been playing a perfect game of holding down the line and now actually finding the knock, but it is still gonna be A1 Esports to be able to pinch him from right across the field. Now continuing off, Blue Squad looking to at least form up all against all the other players over onto the far corner. It seems to me that Blue Squad will have a really tough descent because the rest of the members of D plus Kia, they are locked in. And it's just going to be a tough way to cut around without soaking any form of damage.
Oh man, just look at the situation on the map feed here. Badru, Pablo, they're a tandem, and then we've got BX666 here together with Riggs. Riggs is the one currently isolated at this point in the match, but I feel like he's more of a contingency plan, to be honest. D plus Kia right now retaliating up against GLU. I mean, there's a need for them to settle the score as fast as they could because the Blue Ripper is out to get them as well. And now nades have been thrown up against D plus Kia. Here comes the attack now coming from Chips. Was able to get the job done. Now they're hunting down the last remaining player. Astro K in action, but fell a little short there. But Hexas is, of course, right there to still defend GLU. Bring around the rosy once again, ladies and gents. Who will win the fight?
It's taking a while. Oh, wow. It's Forrest. I was about to comment on how well Blue has been able to handle that situation, but Forrest, he just made our jaws drop right there. He managed to survive. Meanwhile, the application field, Alter Ego versus the rest of SI8. It's going to be the best situation for inside of A1 Esports as they are just hitting the mark this time around. And just like that, the rest of Alter Ego slowly fall apart. Riggs goes down. This is the best opportunity for A1 Esports.
Okay, all right. We love what we see here. Okay, that was unexpected though, because Ultra Ego Airs, they do have the compound, they do have the higher run advantage, but A1 was able to flip the script, so that is a great maneuver coming from A1. It's time now for the Bangladeshis, of course, to celebrate. They might bag the winner chicken dinner this time since they're down to their last opponent, which is, of course, Forest of D plus Kia. And there you go, ladies and gents. It's been a long time coming, but A1 Aero
Easy for any of these players out there, and you take a look at Hitman. He's been taking charge of all these regions, and he had such a great view to really tack onto everybody, and he has made 5 points in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for this round, he's definitely the aggressor, you know, compared to the other members of A1. Sinister is a great backup, though. I feel like he's the brain of the operations. I mean, he's the one really giving the structure for the team here. And Rowdy, I remember the first time that he joined into A1 Aero. I mean, this guy has been a top-notch teammate, you know, for the team. He made an impact as well joining into A1 Aero. And I love the fact that they were able to get a winner chicken dinner. Now, if we're going to be honest here, all the advantages were actually working out for Alter Ego Ares. I mean, they have a great spot. Just a while ago, we've seen them go to a 2-2 split for the offense. But somehow, you know, it was, again, a great thing to see that A1 Aero was able to be the aggressor and actually just eliminated Alter Ego Ares, hence getting the winner chicken dinner. So that is really something to celebrate.
It definitely is, and just looking at the way that they've got themselves in zone, maybe it's not as far of a rotation compared to the rest of the pack, but they have definitely sifted through everybody else, and there was a couple of calls that was major decisions for them to really make in order to make the cut around the fields. And by the time that everybody else was kept very busy, they emerged at the right time to really strike while the iron's hot. Hitman definitely has been the best player out there on the field, but everybody else have been
keeping up to pace. 4 points for Corelio, Chips, and Forest. So it's still considered massive for D plus Kia in this round.
Hmm. Okay. Top performance, ladies and gents. Obviously there goes Hitman at the top spot. We got Chips of D plus Kia as well. Forest of D plus Kia. Carelia of Alpha 7. Now Forest was the last one to go from the side of D plus Kia. He did try to hold on to the adrenaline for as much as he could, right? But again, it can be overwhelming going up against a full squad. So head to head here, ladies and gents, A1 Arrow versus D plus Kia. Damage is just outrageous here for the side of A1. 12 elimination points is actually a strong number right there. MVP, no doubt. We've got Hitman over here setting up a total of 5 elimination points and 758 damage output. And right now, we do expect again for A1 to carry the same energy back into the remaining matches for day number 2 of the grand finals, and hopefully we see more gameplays like this coming from A1.
That's right, and I guess like maybe the initial struggles that they have was every time they drop into either side of the map, they've always had visitors inside their township, and that makes it really hard. Once they do manage to clear it out, things are looking superb for A1 today. Another win coming from teams of South Asia, so Bangladesh puts their flag forward this time together to celebrate alongside that double win that we had earlier today from Horror Esports. So I think it's fair to actually call it that this is a South Asia day. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, because we were talking about yesterday how Southeast Asia kind of dominating the leaderboard, and right now South Asia is kind of responding that hey, we're hell of a teams as well, and now they're putting up a great show, which is of course a great thing for us. And just look at the amount of throwables used in the game, 232. This is by far again the best numbers that I've seen in a long time when it comes to the nade eliminations.
That's right, and overall, everyone's really putting in everything they've got moving into day 2, so the party is absolutely wild right now. And after Horror Esports have gained those points, BTR is not involved in this matchup, so it's still pretty much a-okay that it's only about 5 points of difference. While number 4 as well as number 3, they're pretty much neck and neck. With still standard runs coming in, but DK is now closing in onto Alpha 7 and A1 just after a chicken dinner. They move all the way up to their 13. So this is just spectacular news, and that's a tie between them and Fortress Tribes at the moment.
You know what I love about the A1 fandom, their community, is how solid they are as a community, as a group. Win or lose, they're always there to back up, the team, Sinister's team. So that is what I appreciate about the A1 fandom. They're so passionate as well. As for D plus Kia, I do love the fact that okay, they're not that aggressive, but in terms of consistency and elimination points, that helps them to kind of slowly climb up the ranks here instead of like getting all out, guns blazing in every match. And again, the thing that I appreciate about the Korean teams is just how consistent they are in terms of elimination points.
Yeah, true enough. And this was one of their big rounds for today. So we have yet to actually see them score that chicken dinner throughout these past 2 days. We will have to give them a little bit of time. And we will also take a little bit of break as we will come in for more chicken dinners here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's already match number 11 for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown with Red Queen and Contra. So, it was the first WWCD for the Bangladesh team, A1 Aero Esports. So, I can see a lot of you down there cheering, a lot of you down there in the comment section cheering for this Bangladesh team. It's about time, right? I mean, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, and of course, this is a team that has been a legacy squad ever since the very beginning of PUBG Mobile. They've been around, and that's the reason why the fandom has been super solid. Meanwhile, we're going to be moving back into Wrangle. Of course, we take a look at the stats real quick coming from these squads out there. BTR was the last one to have won this one over on the course of that past matchup. We'll see whether if they will be able to do it again. And meanwhile, Horror Esports is also going to be out there to challenge this time around. So a little bit of interesting maneuvers to be expected coming out of all these squads out there, while we will definitely want to see whether if we might even get even more winners that has been different from the usual suspects.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe we're already at second to the last game here, but time flies when you're having fun. That's always what we say. But top Erangel performance, I think, yeah, they're the usual teams that knows how to rack up points when it comes to the OG map. And so we are having our time to take a look at the teams that will be playing this time around. It's going to be Group A and Group C. That will go head to head here. Void Donkey coming into play once again. So this is going to be an interesting fight.
That's right, and I'm finally going to be going for that vote for Horror Esports. I've been waiting. Everybody kept taking that vote away from me, so I'm going to lock in first and foremost before everybody else.
That was fast. You know, you almost had your point a while ago, going for alter ego errors.
Oh, close enough.
Close enough, yeah. So, AC, okay, let's get something that I've never, choose something that I've never chosen before. Actually, okay, let's go for Void Donkey.
I like the bold move coming in from Prod. They're telling us JTG's gonna get it. Where, you know, there was the one in the match where they went super duper close and to securing it, but it just fell pretty short. And that was back in Miramar. I think they're absolutely onto something right now. Void Donkey, I think they're looking on the prime form right now. So I really like the good call coming in from Red Queen as well. So I think that it's pretty predictable why I am going for Horror, because of how they've been fighting, how they've also been able to keep score on a very healthy note. So that's pretty much the reasons why, as we are going to be moving into the rest of the matchup. So you guys definitely want to tell us who exactly are you guys rooting for here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and may the best prevail.
I definitely agree with you, you know, because I feel like Void Donkey is one of the strongest choices for this round, just because I've seen the momentum just a while ago. You know, they were able to put up a lot of points. I think that was in Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps, you know, we can see that again. And as for Horror Esports, it's a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for day number 2. And again, you know, it is possible for them to go for the third one. I mean, I've seen it happen before. And that is actually a very strong choice as well. JD, okay, a while ago, they really put up a great show as well, especially when they tried to defend themselves up against Horror Esports. I mean, it took a while before Horror was able to kind of flush them out from that high ground. But yeah, I mean, we don't know yet what's going to happen for this round, so we do have a great matchup that's definitely cooking for this second to the last match this evening.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. So this is going to be a last chance hurdle. You know, there's one team that I kind of forget today who's not really popping off as compared to what was shown back in day one.
D Saber, it's already time. It's already the late game. D Saber, I
Oh,
think they're going to be looking pretty scary moving into this matchup as well. So
you're
don't forget
right.
about them.
You're right. Okay, it's like looking at someone who loves to make a dramatic entrance, right? I mean, these savior, oh, they're good at that. Yeah, with all of the late surges. And again, we did say this just a while ago at the beginning of the matches that they really show up when it matters most. So perhaps we don't know. We might see another deja vu moment coming from D Savior. But then again, we do have this much faith onto the teams that we've chosen to perform really great for this round, and would love for you guys to let us know. I mean, which teams you're going for this round, or maybe who you think is going to put up a great game for this match. We'd love to see it down there in the comment section.
Yeah, and just looking at all these big names out there, it could be anyone's out there to take. So, just of course, fancy your opportunities. You might even score points just like how we do so far. I'm just looking at all the form of scenario that we can actually get. Last Miramar, it was a really close one between JDG as well as Hora Esports. It may happen again, it may not happen again. Meanwhile, of course, when we take a look at the rest of the field, I think that Alter Ego BTR came pretty close the last time around. So keep your eyes on them once more.
Oh, definitely. And I just want to give a big shout out to our Thailand viewers out there. If you have this, you're my people. You're my people.
Everybody has that. What you saying, Ricky? That's like a staple in every Thai household. I even have some at home. I'm not Thai, but it's just so good, right?
It is. I've been having a headache, but this is something that always works best. I love having this. It has taken Philippines by storm. Usually it's Vicks Vapor Rub. That's the thing that we inhale, but this little thing right here is a special one, I guess. I mean, it has replaced Vicks, I guess, when it comes to like inhaler. I mean, this is much better, and yeah, it had a wonderful mental scent.
Exactly the description, right? So, of course, with all that there is, these teams, they gotta take a deep breath and inhale and exhale before they get themselves into this matchup. So we got about 40 seconds from now before we see those big fights happening again. The penultimate round of our day 2 begins right here.
Okay, here we go. 25 seconds left before we jump into the final Erangel for day number 2 of the grand finals. So I just know that you guys are probably on a rush to grab your favorite drinks and snacks, and probably talking to your friends as well. After all, it's a Sunday, so usually this day is reserved for family and closest friends. If you guys are like, I mean, if it's your thing, because in the Philippines, when it's Sunday, it's usually family day. I don't know if it's the same in your culture. But okay, here we go. Erangel, ladies and gents, final chance for the teams to rack up massive number of points. This is the OG map. This is like the bread and butter, so to speak, for all of the players, for all of the teams to kind of just maximize getting those scores. So again, this is the final round for them.
Yeah, and look at the big elimination numbers. It has came over from Win, who's been so fun to watch. The last we saw, they took out ASIA by themselves, and I think there's just more to behold coming in from these gentlemen out there. Well, IS damage numbers has been Badru. We finally get a picture, and the matter of fact is that it is not Rosemary.
Ooh. But still, man, Win from Team Flash is a strong opponent when it comes to like setting up the numbers. He is still at the top when it comes to the most headshots, most eliminations, and most damage output. So what will it take to stop this guy. Oh, highest damage now. Okay, not win from Team Flash, but Badger now from Alter Ego Errors.
Exactly what I've just mentioned. So
I'm sorry.
it is exactly the kind of things that we do expect out of the top team hailing through in the rest of the pack will now have to skirt the other way around. Last we saw was that Milk the Power ending. Now we're seeing about 35% of water in the river as well to be included into this next matchup. So quickly, these teams got to move their way into the fields of Gatka.
Usually I see Jorgapol being crowded, but it's a different story right now. And it's also the first time I've seen the circle really favor the west side this time. So it's going to be an interesting rotation, especially for those teams that will be coming from the right side of the map. But anyway, Alpha 7. Ladies and gents, we got Revo on the screen here. Getting ready to throw up Alpha Ego Errors. And now they've already made their presence felt against Alpha. Woo! So from second floor down to the ground floor, Revo was able to do an effective counter up against Alter Ego Errors. Here comes another attack! Revo 2 for 2!
Wow, Revu just proving that he is still one of the top dogs after racing for that #1 title again. He wants the MVP for himself, but there's still more blood to be splattered up against these members of Alter Ego. Once again, these early skirmishes really does nobody a form of favor. I'm just not too sure if this is going to be any form of a good case scenario by the time we actually wrap up all these fights, as Mafioso now goes toe-to-toe, and it's going to be a big push! Just like that with the QBZ. He's securing.
Oh, man. All right, I mean, the fight continues on, and it's a great shot coming from Riggs. Unfortunately, he took a nade as well. And that puts Alter Ego Errors in a world of trouble, not gonna lie there. Alpha 7 Revo is in 40% of health here. He's trying to put down Badru at that a great distance. But, oh, he's pretty exposed as well. I mean, that was such a great response coming from Badru. I mean, like, oh, you're shooting me? I'm gonna shoot you down.
Yeah, quickly as they slowly sift through these members of Alter Ego Esports, they managed to just win that fight in a very straightforward manner. Now it's down to JD Gaming. They're also being needed down. Sorry, production. They only managed to secure those few points, too, as a matter of fact. But it's at least a decent start. The rest of all these members of the Saver now finds WBG bunch up all together, infiltrating their usual hometown. They're not happy sharing loot, so they're definitely looking to flush them out completely of this match.
Okay. Things are now heating up, I can say. I mean, we have just witnessed action right off the bat here. Now we're looking at D-Savior, of course. We're looking at their greatness in Pachinki. Right now, they're going up against Weibo Gaming, and we haven't really seen much from Weibo Gaming just yet, so perhaps this could be an easy victory for the side of D-Savior. We got them already in position, so they're just kind of waiting for Weibo Gaming to move forward. But they're not being the aggressor this time. I mean, they're just really waiting for this Chinese team to push. They're not making any move. They're not actually pushing.
Oh, interesting enough. Well, of course, that to be said, they're just hoping to be very cheeky with their position, and once the rest of the Saver oversteps, then perhaps that's gonna be a big catch. The Saver has a nameless player on their side. Now, who could that actually be? Lambo, is that you? If it's you, raise your hand. And I guess they're just gonna raise their spirits and morale now, charging right to ZX. He knows that there's one through the window, and he's gonna see if he's gonna be able to just hold out. If he leaps forward without checking onto these tight angles, then it will be an easy catch. I think he's knowing the fact that he might just be revealed. So quickly as we go, no information thus far for the rest of the Savior. Only with 2 players, so I'm not too sure what can WBG realistically do.
Okay, maybe, just maybe. Okay, Weibo Gaming, they don't want to compromise their location, and the fact that D-Savior is not pushing, maybe because they don't have the information, right? I mean, at this point, we always say that you don't want to make any reckless decision, and the Savior obviously is kind of rotating away from Weibo Gaming. So that only goes to show that they don't know exactly where they are. And I believe there's another team just lurking within the area. I can see a car moving somewhere around in the mountain. So perhaps, when the gunshot starts to happen, another team will definitely step in. But it's getting closer and closer. Lamborghini is about to step inside the house. He doesn't know that there is one who is on prone, just waiting for the attack to happen.
I think they have already suspected there is somebody out there, which is why they're defending every member out over on the corner, and 779. Got no chance whatsoever. And just look at how ferocious they go. Every corner pretty much checked by the rest of the Saber, as they will be able to secure it. And I do think that is, as a matter of fact, Lamborghini that's on the Saber without names. Lala this time around, having a similar maneuver up against the rest of Dalshim Red Forces. He tries to leap forward. Just charging right through the corners, and he has to take a big swing. He goes for a reload, and that is a chance miss. And Fala gets taken down by Biddy. Double tag, Biddy again. Oh, he's looking for a triple. What on earth are we watching here? Biddy, another big clutch. All he has to do is spot out IQQ on that far corner, and just like that, the entirety of 4 tribes have crumbled.
Yep, they're living up to their reputation. Of course, you're looking at the champions of the PMPS, ladies and gents, and the Nongshim Red Force right now kind of flexing their muscles up against 4 Thrives. And just look at that. Binny was able to put 3 elimination points all by himself. So that was great to watch. I mean, it was kill after kill after kill, and as Red Force from that exchange as well. 1 casualty, but it is still a-okay. I feel like 3 is still a doable number, so to speak, even if they get to the latter stages of the game here. I mean, they are champions for a reason.
True enough, and they're just having that absolute spirit to really push your Biddy, though. Those moves are so mechanical. I mean, just being an absolute Terminator on his prime. Just having the entire region over the south side, they will secure that compound, while they also do expect more teams to be moving around that facility. Speaking of which, BTR already charging over from north, headed into the center of the location. Could be a long drive for BTR. They're going to be looking perhaps a center point of the field, just to see if they could just make it a quick pit stop and then go further from then on. So it's going to be a great plan coming in, but look at the current situation. I voted for Horror Esports this time. They managed to win a fight, but it definitely came with a cost. We're only having 2 members left, and they're still by the blue zone. I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to survive for much longer versus all the other teams who are already inbound through the zone.
It's just so unfortunate, though, for Alter Ego Ares exiting the game with just 1 point. But then again, we are just at stage 2, and we do have 3 teams already out of the game. Oh, but in another part of town, it seems to me like BTR and Vampire Esports having a conflict that they need to settle. But Razy obviously has 1 point already. Snape trying to make a move here, trying to find the best angle to work with to try and pick any members coming from Vampire Esports. Victorious, just found Snape up BTR, but wow, what a dodge though. He remains to be elusive up against Victorious, so that was a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of tight angle to squeeze. Ventura is unwilling to go in for the full push. Good respect being shown towards Snape, as you saw what happened when some teams actually push, even with 2 members on board. But speaking of which, he might actually go in for a big wraparound. Snape has already got himself back onto that McLaren, so he actually also spot the other members of VPE rotating across this area. But VP, they understand that the rest of BTR is going to be over onto this compound, so there's no point charging in all alone, which is why they're just on the lookout, giving a little bit of signal warning that BTR, you cannot extend over on the hillside.
Okay, so Team Secret not really having a good run today, Contra. So let's see what they can do in this situation going up against the Saber. But 3 of them already got picked off, so the bride is not looking to. Oh, the future is not looking too bright for the side of Team Secret. And there you go. That is the nail on the coffin right there. D Savior winning the fight with 6 elimination points.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say that Bright is not looking so future right now. Circle now pulls all the way down towards the far south. Furry is absolutely open. Of course, it is going to be a spot that's going to be held out perhaps by the members of Nongshim Red Force. BTR, they are the gatekeepers right now over on North Point. Teams will have to make a wide wraparound. Vampire Esports, they're playing really smart with this because they know BTR is there. They're going to drive all the way on the corner shores to ensure that they won't get shot at all. Just like that, they also do secure a couple of all these shacks for themselves.
You know what? The circle is behaving a little erratic in Erangel, right?
Especially for today. So...
But, I mean, we've got plenty of teams coming from the northern side, so... I mean, just looking at it's like a tsunami of teams headed towards the same direction. So I feel like the edge of the circle will definitely be bloody there. I mean, we've already got one player knocked down on the ground coming from Alpha 7. And now we've got GLU on the screen here, just taking advantage of Thunder Talk Gaming. And yeah, one of them is on his knees as well. But coming off the kill feed, it's Doc C of Venice Red Force getting shot at. We don't have the confirmation just yet if he has been taken out of the equation, but so far so good, I guess. I mean, Ennis Red Force obviously still trying to defend themselves, but as for Thunder Talk Gaming, they are at the edge of the circle. No team will be coming up from behind, so I guess all they need to worry about are the teams that are in front of them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Levi's have got himself supplied with an airdrop, so expect even more firepower from the likes of D Saber the next time they charge into a fight. Speaking of a fight, there is Revo once again activated, but it's gonna be Lynx that goes in for the exchange, so it's gonna be a blow for blow trade out. While Carillo drives very closely towards the members of LGD. Great damage to be done to one side of Squash Boo, but sharing compounds is absolutely doable by the corners of this swamp, but we will expect them to be going for exchanges after all. TZ has heard faint noises from across. Not curious enough to poke and prod just about yet. So Nongshim, of course, happy to be where they need to be. Meanwhile, no fear. Oh, pincer in between these members of D Savior, and just like that, backed off. Only one player left for Horror Esports.
Hey, not looking too good for the Purple Hearts now that they're down to just one remaining player. Okay, LGD. It's the caster's curse. Oh no! But okay, just to give you guys an idea about the position of the teams here, we've got BTR up north. There's still a complete squad. GLU is also there, Thunder Talk, as well as D Savior. So yeah, and then at the circle had gone down south once more. So yeah, expect the northern side to still be bloody. Right, the North remembers, but Anna's Red Force, they do have a chance to do a massive gatekeeping here. I mean, up against Void Donkey, BTR, and probably potentially GLU as well.
What a position for Vampire Esports. They got themselves a compound, and meanwhile, Void Donkey is looking to do exactly the same. D Saber playing over on the open fields of the north are hoping to pick those late rotators off. It's going to be a little bit of a daunting task. I mean, D Savior, they got the firepower. They should actually charge right in. As you can see, they've already secured 10 points. And I kind of have a regret not voting for them. I mean, I talked about the late game activation. D Savior, they're already at it. Technically already secured a chicken dinner just doing so. Nates are now being primed towards the location of D Savior members. I'm not too sure if it is a smart move, my guys, because the blue zone is going to be kicking in. Blue spot, you don't want to be fighting right now.
I'm not sure if Lamborghini played yesterday. I think this is the first time that he played, at least for the Ruthless Invitational, right? Okay. So Bigatron, they're not on a killing mode just yet. So far, it's all about rotations. It's all about picking a great spot here. But they might collide, though, up against the boys of Vampire. And maybe, just maybe, Void Donkey as well.
Potentially
case. I mean, the last time when I saw that spot, it is a compound that was held by Vampire Esports, so it's not going to be an easy reach whatsoever by the rest of the Donkey. While Boxy sees these movements coming in right through, Point Donkey's going to be A-okay, as they did not end up challenging any of these members of Vampire Esports because there are BTR members up the hillside. Now, it's going to be a little bit long-range attempts coming in from both ends, where we're seeing these back and forth before coming in from the two Indonesian squad, and it's going to be a very technical fight, and it does not really help that there is vampires who can actually push up the hill at any given moment. So very, very dangerous moves coming in from these teams of Southeast Asia to be bunched up on that very corner. Or what could be the worst scenario here for Vampire Esports is that both VD as well as BTR to be charging in at the same time.
It's critical for BTR as well. I mean, Vampire and Void Donkey, they're not easy opponents, so to speak. So now they're, I mean, split right now. One of them is currently knocked down, so not looking too good. Snape needs rescuing Federales with a hit and run. Okay, he's scouting the area, trying to check, okay, where are the boys of Void Donkey? So Vexy is currently knocked down on the ground. Federales is so brave at trying to check out their position as well. Potato went in for a charge with a QBZ. Federales low in HP. Then it's not looking too good for Federales, and down goes Fede up against Potato.
Yeah, tough position, which is hiding by the corners of that buggy, and just like that, the changes are falling right through, and Vampire Esports, like I said, they have pushed upwards, and now either side is gonna crumble, and oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I guess that's to their own doing. Overactivated, and how on earth did BTR want that?
No idea right there. But
they're the ones that actually took charge as well. Yeah. This fight is actually getting wilder and wilder, and suddenly, even for D-Saber, they're only left with one member because they're trying to look for any form of room. It's GLU dropping big nades. They kept chasing and charging these members of the Vietnamese side, and it's down to Parajin 1v1.
You know, it was a good call for the side of Void Donkey to step away from that collision, just because, you know, Vampire Esports is the one pretty close with BTR. But I guess it was inevitable to kind of Void Donkey to just dip into the mix there. But it's a good thing, you know, that they were able to survive that clash, and both Vampire Esports and BTR met their demise from that clash. Void Donkey survives yet another round. Now, looking at the situation, we got GLU, one of them still alive. Pathogen is still alive here, and Deepleski is kind of just flushing them out. Oh, same. I mean, Pathogen is actually the one getting ganged up.
Yeah, and he's really buying as much time as possible, and he's just by the very corner of the room. He needs to step out. Barely enough space, and no matter where he turns, he still vents that trade. Are you kidding me, Parajin? D-Saber still in this matchup. Top 7 as they go up and up. 12 points already for EX. And he also knows for the fact that the plus Kia is on the outskirts. He's tossing a nade. He's running over the back. He's got McLaren at the ready. It's smoking up, though, as these teams are really taking big risks. It's only stage 5, but they're still tanking it because this is just a normal lobby. Versus Esports lobby, it definitely will hurt a whole lot more. So Parajin, he's absolutely being zoned out, but if he's really going to make a dash for it, those vehicles are going to be something that he will put to good use, while Nongshim Reinforce takes the fight up against LGD. It took them long enough to get activated, while a lot of names have dropped. Now they're fighting for that top 5 position, so they're just going to peel back. But as they do so, Void Donkey from the hillside spots out LGD.
You know what, D-Savior may not be able to get the chicken dinner for this round, but the late surge that we keep on talking about a while ago is still in effect, you know, for the side of D-Savior. Now, looking at LGD, it's amazing that, you know, they were able to get to the latter stages of the game here, dealing with the remaining teams as well. Let's see if they can effectively defend themselves up against Void Donkey here. TZ also making a move from behind LGD out outside of the zone here, but he needs to be careful though because, well, he is the last surviving member of NS Red Force. Now, Vexy with a grenade elimination, of course, definitely that will be put into his damage output. Now, Voindunky getting aggressive right now, hunting down the boys of LGD. Goes in for the nade. Let's see what LGD is going to respond.
LGD, they're going to be moving right across for a flank angle as well. Going Donkey, they got a couple of all the shotgun shells to unleash, and just like that, Razak managing to tag Ken with the U1P. Looking for that double as well. Razak at the shot point. GM has UMP and tries to actually fend off any of these moving targets, but it seems like that is going to be able to clip him, and not enough for the trade against Razak because he's even better with the UMP. Plus Kia, they heard all that noise. They want to weaken their side even more, but Potato out of nowhere, which Eccles is holding on top of the hill as he's got that upper hand. Tides around for the side of Voindunky to rip out this trade, and your hopes and dreams to score another one is still well and alive.
Voindunky definitely going in for a pinch here. Fabian was able to get inside that building, but he's very low in HP. Same thing goes for Forrest, but then again, Chip just got knocked down by Sky! Abhorra Esports, ladies and gents! Sky will be making a late entry here, so let's see what's going to happen between Razak here up against Nicholas. Kia was able to get the job done as well, so it's going to be Voindunky versus Sky of Abhorra Esports for the final round.
It's your fault or mine right now. I'm thinking that Sky, he needs to pull off a miracle heist. He's got pretty much the SOP in hand, triple tags already done, and it will be Voindunky to make it their first chicken dinner here. In this hype. Kill side, the rest of D plus Kia was absolutely stunted from actually getting things done. And just like that, both Razak and Potato have shed the similar scoreline, and Vexy to be able to always support them whenever need be. So Hexter, as much as he didn't really have much to offer in his matchup because he got taken out earlier, it's still pretty much a solid run out of Voindunky. And also kudos to Horror Esports because they only had 2 players who actually played the round, and Sky brought it all the way to finish top 2.
I agree with you there. But I feel like from the side of Voindunky, Potato made all the difference just because he had that high ground advantage. Definitely helped the team to get all the information as to where they need to point their guns at. The fact that D plus Kia went in for a push there, I mean, they got pretty exposed to Potato. It was easy for Voindunky to go for the elimination just because they do have that vantage point to begin with. And still, I mean, like just like what you said, Horror Esports left with 2 players just because they had an altercation earlier, but they were able to get to the last few zones and even land on the second place with only Sky remaining at the end game, and still was able to pull off quite a great win, for the team considering the circumstances.
True enough, and let's take a close hard look at these savers comparisons with our winners, Voindunky Potato. Damage numbers, we last saw Levi's actually go in for the pickup of whatever's inside the crate, which is why he's been amplified with a whole lot to go for big elimination points. More assists at the very same time, so it's just 41% of contribution, meaning to say that his other teammates have also backed some big points.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the MVP title goes to none other than Razak of Voin Donkey for elimination points. At he pulled off uh, a tops gameplay. Because during the Night of Champions, Tops also made was able to get the MVP title without
Mhm.
any utilities used whatsoever. So this is such a great thing to see again, another guy pulling it off. And again, it's Indo Pride.
Yeah, and this is just one of the guys that says like, yeah, I don't need to use any throwables. I just need to point the gun at the right direction, and that suddenly explains why on the charts we're seeing almost lesser and lesser utilities used because everyone's on aim laps, baby. Like they're just making sure that they just get the shots where it matters the most. Even when you saw that fight over on the compounds when they were trying to
Yeah.
flush right through, he just brought out that UMP with full confidence, and that's how he gets it all done.
Yep, exactly. It takes guts, really, and a lot of, I guess, discipline to be able to get to a certain level where you can be really great at playing PUBG Mobile. And again, we just have to give like kudos to everyone, to every player, to be honest, just because the amount of effort and the amount of work they have to put in just to get to this caliber. And again, for the match leaderboard here, ladies and gents, Voin Donkey getting at the top spot with 20 points in total. Coming in at second, we've got D Savior with 14, Horror Esports uh, with 11 points. So we've got at least three teams that had a double digit score. And as for Team Secret and Weibo Gaming, two teams that went out empty handed. Um, and that is it, guys. I mean, this is already the second to the last game before we end day number 2. And it had been like a promising run, We
Mhm.
just have to expect that day 3 is even gonna be hotter.
Yeah, indeed, and I don't know how much hotter does it get because earlier we saw that big clutch coming in from Benny to really turn the fight in his favor. 1 versus 3, he just does it all in style, just like how Paragin has been able to pull off that crazy move inside Miramar. So,
Yeah.
looking at the current standpoint, Horror Esports is about to break that triple-digit mark. So, BTR has got still a lot to chase upon, but DX, that big round of 14 points, are sending them directly into the top 3, just 2 points up
Yeah.
ahead of Vampire Esports because Vampire hasn't had a good day so far.
No chicken, no problem. And we did point it out just a while ago, even though D Savior wasn't able to pull off a chicken dinner for this round, the fact that they were able to be so aggressive when it comes to getting those elimination points, I think it proves that the energy is still there when it comes to
Mhm.
the late surge that we were talking about, from D Savior. So it is not impossible at all for them to be one of those guys to play the tug of war when it comes to getting the top spot. And it's a great gameplay coming from Horror Esports to maintain this kind of energy all throughout the day can be exhausting. I mean, it's a high energy level of gameplay that Horror Esports is showing us. Hence, they're keeping the top spot in the overall rankings. And as for the PEL teams, it's all red, when it comes to the third page, the page that you don't want to be in. I mean, to be honest, but hopes, of course, it's still there. I'm still really, really looking forward to what they can deliver in the battlefield.
True enough, and of course, that to be said, we have one more game to go, so don't go anywhere. We will deliver an epic showdown.
You're still here?
I guess
Hello?
I'm trolling. So yeah, game, and it all will end in the bang for day 2. And I heard the bang of the table as well. Are you okay, Red Queen? Gotta check in on you.
Yeah, okay, just excited because we are already at the final game. I mean, for today, we can finally eat our dinner, but not before, of course, we see some action happen. Last action to see from our favorite teams, of course, and then we'll see them again tomorrow for day number 3 of the grand finals. So again, you better hit that sub button, guys, so you don't miss on any action that happens inside the community of Ruthless Hype Esports.
That's right. You can also follow Ruthless Hype Esports on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram as well. So
Got the winner chicken dinner. It's a back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming from Hora Esports, and then we've got a Voin Donkey as well. BTR is also there. A1 Aero. So we've got 2 chicken dinners for Nepal, and then we've got 2 teams from Indonesia who's kind of pretty strong contenders, I can say, at least for the day, right? And of course, the amazing chicken dinner that was brought to us by A1 Aero. So I know that the Bangladeshis down there in the comment section are pretty happy with that result. And now match number 12. Again, this is the final round for day number 2 of the grand finals. Groups B and C will have the battle inside the game, and I just want to put it out there. I already have 2 points.
oh, congratulations. Well, of course, that was because of the vote on Voin Donkey. I'm going to try to
Yes.
match you on this one. But I'm torn between 2 choices. It's either
Okay.
The Savior or RR2 this time. Both super strong in this map. Why I'm thinking The Savior this time is because there's no more Alpha 7 in this group to actually fight against them in that drop spot.
That is true. That is true. 4 Miracle vibes though for the production team. But you know what? Okay, you went for the Savior. I think I'm gonna go with. I'm going with Crypto this time. I'm going with Crypto.
ASIA. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's BNC, right?
Yeah, they're playing.
Crypto is playing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. So, if you are a fan of Crypto, make sure that you tag him. Okay? Deliver a chicken dinner for ASI8. Let's go.
I really do hope that they could do so because ASI8, they have been sharing that spot with Team Flash. And I believe Team Flash has been around that vicinity as well in this matchup. So first, they will have to win a clean fight against them because Team Flash, whoever's dropping with them, they're always chasing upon those teams out there. And we saw what happened the last time round, and it was upsetting. Maybe it is payback time for ASI.
Perhaps. But is it Team Flash that they always have an altercation with? I think
I believe
it's
so. I
Rogue
believe so.
Warriors, right?
Gotta take a look again because it could be
Oh,
either one.
no. Yeah, it's Miramar. So I was thinking about the Irango part. But anyway, ladies and gents, our flight had been called. And now we are diving straight into Miramar for the final showdown this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar!
Starting off from Patona, heading to the north again, we're going to see maybe a very similar pattern of the circle that was played out previously, which is pretty much around the central region. So it still favors a lot of the teams to be able to traverse into multiple locations, but maybe even more access into Valmar as well as Los Higos, not forgetting Patona at the very same time. That's where Sedmon's will be moving out towards the southern corner of the map. A1 Esports, last we checked in on them, they managed to win a trade-off. I think it was up against LGB, but since LGB is not going to be around, they're going to have the entire coast to be cleared up. Well, once more, keep our eyes peeled on ASI and Team Flash because they're going at it again.
And also, Hora Esports with a massive gameplay for day number 2. They have been getting into the lineup for the highest damage, most knockouts, and headshots. So keep on playing at the kind of pace. Really, I'm pretty sure that Hora Esports might have a chance to really dominate this tournament. But speaking of domination, it's Team Flash right now. Off the bat, having an exchange just like Contra predicted, going up against ASI 8. And what just happened? They got eliminated. It's okay. One elimination point. Oh, come on. That's an overkill.
It's just a little bit painful to watch. I mean, ASI 8, they need to consider moving into different locations of Los Leones. It's a big enough town to share, but I can't blame them because this flight path was a little bit of a long stretch into Los Leones as well, which is why they ended up onto the same compounds and on those kind of exchanges. Whoever gets the guns first always wins, right? So I assume that ASI just couldn't get to the guns in that instance. We didn't really get to see the full picture, but at least that was a little bit of trade where they take down one member out of Team Flash. Well, Tianba and Rogue Warriors are going at it. Rogue Warriors always takes the apartments while they are getting tagged by Tony K at this standpoint. Vampire Esports looking for even more. That's going to be a double coming from Onsens. What? Look at how far Onsens is.
Yeah.
And Tampa stole it away.
I mean, all I can say is that, this is not a good spot for Rogue Warriors. I mean, they are sandwiched in between two amazing teams, and it's just like a free kill, for both Tiamba and Vampire Esports. So, yeah, that was just an unfortunate situation for the side of Rogue Warriors. And you know what? We'll see them tomorrow. ASI as well. We'll definitely see them play again tomorrow, ladies and gents. So, again, there's plenty more time, plenty more chances to go for teams to make something out of this tournament. But anyway, Rogue Warriors still alive and kicking, but Tiamba now being a little aggressive. Okay, they're the ones pushing in, but Vampire Esports just taking the opportunity to shut them down as well. And Camel, okay, there was an opening there, but kind of failed to shut the player from Tiamba, but it's still okay. I mean, if you get lucky with the shots, you get lucky with the shots. It is what it is.
Sure enough, and the reason why Vampire Esports have been able to land so many of all these early blows is because when you take that south office building, the one which has high floors on it, you can see the overall surrounding of Picado. So that itself is a very solid point coming in from Onsens, and then after that, you take a look at the rest of the members of Vampire Esports team are actually securing so many balls all together. Now, it's going to be Stress that is getting pushed towards as Yuans as well as the rest of Tampa is looking to secure the rest of these members of Rogue Warriors. But there is an exchange going on. One member getting knocked down. Vintors and Tony K says hello. We're still here. Don't forget about us. We're also going to chase upon Tampa because you guys stole our point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll be a retaliation from the side of Vampire Esports. Now, these are critical moments, for the side of Rogue Warriors. I mean, there are two teams gunning at them. Tiamba already inside the building, so I'm not sure if this will work out great for the side of Tiamba, just because Vampire Esports has all the opportunity to flush them out with nades, with mollies. But, okay, Tiamba, they're on a halt right now. They're not pushing Rogue Warriors just yet. Maybe because one of them is pretty low in HP. That would be Mighty, and I'm not even sure if they have enough resources to back this push.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about their end because Tenba, they only managed to loot over on the corner of the stadium, like you said. And Vampire Esports, they got the 50% of the region acquired from the get-go.
so they can quickly reposition. They know that these two teams are bunched up inside the apartment building, so this is going to be a very risky push if Vampire Esports says, okay,
Mhm.
we want in, but now you got to also remember that it's not only Rogue Warriors that's inside the building, so there is potentially more than 5 players on board, which they are trying to wrap their heads around. Earlier, we did see a little bit of wraparound. JD Gaming have got themselves caught up by Potato, and just like that, shut off completely. Now, QZQ, I wonder what he's up to as he's running on the open fields. The rest of JD Gaming need to find a vehicle, but they are just acquiring maybe too little space for that to even rotate around because Vexy's already on the outskirts, knowing the exact location of JGG members at the moment.
Mhm. Um, this is not a good spot at all for JDG. I mean, he has the opportunity to maybe put down Vexy from this angle, but like using an AR, I don't think it would suffice. But just look at what Extra is doing right now. He's cooking up a
He
nade. He
knows.
knows exactly where to throw this one. Oh man, I cannot watch. Okay, he was able to dodge. He was able to get a whiff of the situation. So perfect timing, I could say, for the side of the JD Gaming. And now he needs to reposition himself. He's calling for backup, but Potato's very um. Uh, I mean, he is kind of decided to push him. So again, an accurate nade coming from Potato.
Yeah, it's just like that. They managed to at least single out one target. JD Gaming, unfortunately, they look like sitting ducks right now. Very scattered apart. While Rook Warriors finally activate, knocks that member out of Kemba as XX manages to exchange and actually trade out. Oh my. Rook Warriors are actually turning the tides around. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rook Warriors to still go down, but they did secure those 3 points. I believe the rest of Vampire Esports have been able to flush right through. Meanwhile, securing that victory. Point Donkey now being zoned off completely with the Molotov, but there is still going to be a push set the way of QZQ. Going for a big swing. Somehow turns the tide up against that member of Point Donkey, but still more hurdles up ahead. He cannot confirm the number just yet. But now it's now popped up, and the moment he steps forward or exit, it seems like he's just not going to be able to do even more damage. Well, there's still one more member of Kemba left alive. He does have the M249. Levi's now burning down Potato as the rest of D-Saber have arrived to the scene. They heard all that noise, and the members of Voice Donkey has been damaged. And that name is picked so perfect.
Big win, I can say, for the side of D-Saber, even for Vampire Esports. I mean, they took care, not just one team, but 2 teams. That would be Rogue Warriors and Tianba. So that is like quite an aggressive start for the side of the Vampire Esports boys. Now, just looking at the map feed here, ladies and gents, plenty of teams will be coming from down south, and you can see that other teams are kind of flocking over to the same spot here, which is, of course, around Minas Generales and Hacienda del Patron. But we are looking at NS Red Force at the moment. They haven't put up any numbers just yet, ladies and gents, but of course, too early, I guess. You know, no hard push just yet coming from the Koreans, just because it's really too early for an engagement. But okay, I spoke too soon. One of them is currently knocked down on the ground. I just failed to see from which team. Okay, that would be BTR. Man, the Indonesia is quite aggressive today.
They are. I think they're hungry for their first point of the matchup. Now, having a easy picking against GT20 Pro, official smartphone of the global tournaments teams.
Ooh.
Probably a
Lucky
brand new
boy.
one will be released down the year, but unfortunately, GT2 Pro is on the ground. Somebody left it in the dust inside of Miramar, and that is BTR because they're about to crash the gates, looking for more targets over on the course of the quarter where 4 times is currently hiding out. Federal is going for a reload, still going for the chase. Fallout a little bit far stretched, but that nade looking pretty good, dropping directly onto Voxy. Now Federalis got to keep them all alive. Is he going to be able to do it? Because Naki is telling all the info. Hey, throw that nade on the corner, throw that nade on the other side. And here comes Fallout. Federalis
less than half of HP. He's trying to get Snape back up on track. Now it's going to be 2 versus 1. Can he actually get the revive stun? Seems like there's no time. Fallock is already here. He secures one. The nade actually sent right in. Round down to Federalis. The whole day he hasn't been activated just yet. We might actually see him do justice for the rest of BTR. He's still got that grenade. The Lux running around the corner, trying to see if he can actually slip past. And yes, he does climb up above. More damage to be done, and I believe there's also other teams over on the kill side. He got to wrap this fight real quick. We're just going to be more members on the side of 14. As Fortress was able to slowly pepper him down. It's going to be a Razy that gets eliminated. It's 4 Miracle Vibes that is here to play alongside with them.
What is the Filipino Terminator going to do in this situation? It's a critical moment for BTR. Unfortunately, well, it's overwhelming to deal with a squad here, ladies and gents. And Fortress was able to win that fight up against a BTR. But hey, it's still a good number to exit the game with 3 elimination points. So the important thing is to not get thrown out of the game empty-handed. But you know what? The fight is not over just yet because Fortress right now has a new challenger, and that would be the boys of 4 Miracle Vibes. So this is, you know, the battle of force.
I've been waiting for this for MV4T, and now that nade's looking really good. And it's actually Camel of Vampire Esports that strikes him from the back. So far, Vampire Esports, after tearing down their opponent's PL inside of Picado, they're just striking for more Tony K, also finding Falak. Down to T24 to hold down the line as he's pretty much wrapped around by the rest of these members of 4MV. Meanwhile, Lamborghini have been able to spot Tony K, so that actually holds down Vampire Esports from moving forward up against the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes for a moment. Target in, Barrett brought down, but Doc is here to keep him covered, so he will stop the bleeding for the moment.
Man, that was, again, a spectacular performance coming from 4 Miracle Vibes. Now, we didn't get the memo. It seems to me that this particular spot right here is where the party is really happening. Now, D-Savior trying to get into the mix here up against 4 Miracle Vibes this time. It was an effective, I guess, flush coming out of Baron because he was the one throwing all the nades, all the mollies just a while ago from outside of that compound. So I think that paved the way for the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes to just go in for the push. Now, Vampire Esports, great vantage points up against D-Savior. Camel just went in for a heavy spray. Yes, he was able to give off a little bit of damage, but still wasn't enough to take that point out of D-Savior, okay, from Vampire Esports. So let's see what's going to happen here.
I'm super impressed by D-Savior because they were initially inside a circle. They were willing to push outwards, and now Paragon has to sort this fight. Venturas does take him down. Now the rest of D-Savior is going to follow suit. And they also know for the fact that there is still 4MV around the corner. Now, the drive being sent right in. 4 Miracle Vibes, they might consider not to take up the fight up against these members because there is still DX rocking the corner. And they keep doing a massive duty, blowing up the vehicle, blowing hits as well.
Man. Yeah, I mean, Baron doesn't have any where else to go. I mean, he's tanking the blue, and at the same time, there's another player just doing a massive spray, so there's really no chance for him to kind of heal himself up. But it's okay. Okay, I thought it was a teammate. Okay, it was Lamborghini in his car that made sure that. Okay, Baron, you're not coming back from that one.
Not at all. Ripu's now left out to dry on the blue zone. Just pure confidence in DX's play is just ridiculous on how they've been playing super aggressive. Initially, I thought DX will just take the time to swing up towards the north point because the entire time they were on water treatment, rotating early, and there was no team to occupy the north side. D-Savior, they're happy to actually play by the outskirts as they slowly turn down more of these members, but it's RRQ that gets the tag! Oh, where exactly is RRQ? I don't see the map. Result, and somehow they managed to spot that member for MV. Swabel also getting a little bit of glimpse as Rifus is stuck by that rock in the hard place. MG takes the 2 members of 4 Miracle Vibes out.
Oh man, okay, so RQ is actually staying over to the west side of the circle here, so they just did effectively, by the way. A massive gatekeeping situation up against For Miracle Vibes. And now we're looking at the 6 teams remaining here. Stage 4. We've got the Savior putting up the numbers here. 11 once again, Contra. Oh my goodness, this is again the late surge that we talk about. But this time, can they pull off a chicken dinner win just to put that cherry on top?
I think that they're definitely in a really good state. They did lose Power Jin though, so they have to play with 3 members. A little bit of a daunting task, and I was in between the votes between D Savior as well as RQ. D Savior is always going to be that oddball. They will definitely get those high kill volumes, but it is a wild card in the sense that they make that final one for the year, probably not too much. RQ, they are repositioning, they find themselves that compound. Now draws the attention of Team Flash. While the rest of Thunderdog Gaming are actually rushing up towards the rest of the Savior, or should I say it's the underway round, because Thunderdog has been here first and foremost. Nate barely enough health, he does recover, and now shots being fired over on him. Lolo still goes down! Oh, the reaction speed is ridiculous coming from Nate.
Well, they're fighting over this compound right here, understandably so. It's a prime spot currently for stage number 4, but A1 Aero would love to take advantage of this opportunity. Of course, if you have that opening, you will just have to seize it. We've got 5 teams remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, from Talk Gaming just got the boot out of Miramar here, empty-handed as well. A1 Aero haven't put up any numbers just yet, but they may potentially get some because the Savior's right up in front of them, and perhaps RQ will join into the mix because they're headed towards that same direction, while Team Flash just went in the middle of the map here.
RQ now pushing forward, and this is the fight that I've been waiting for. RRQ versus DX, the 2 kings of Miramar going head-to-head right now. The match is going for a reset, but Leprechaun really has to find a little bit of that opening with these nades to be primed up. A little split coming in from both MG as well as the Petco, now dropping right in towards the side of Nate, only clipping him to 50%, 60% at this moment. So Vel going for the white wrap. Now the rest of DX are boxed in. A little bit of a disadvantageous position, and take a look close at the top. A1 Esports wants to also get involved.
Yeah, this is not the best of spots for... this is not the best of spot for D Savior, rather. I mean, they're getting bombarded by RQ, and it looks like, you know, A1 Aero is kind of gauging situation, just checking if it's gonna be good for them to kind of join into the mix here, but they're kind of hesitant still. We've got Lamborghini trying to put up a fight still. They will not go down just like this, ladies and gentlemen, without having to counter RQ, but it's hard though. Although Lapar,
that's 2
low in HP, but yeah, RQ seems to be winning this fight, no doubt.
Swinging out there, Lambo did not manage to nail the final blow towards the Petco, and RRQ takes over. Well, I kind of conflict between the 2 of these teams, and now RRQ have been able to clean up the most dangerous target out there, and they're the ones currently boxed in because A1 Aero Esports, they're going to be able to just see everything from the slums. All the smokes are now being primed, but there's honestly no safe way to move out. And they still have that buggy, so they will go in for a wrap around. The Petco's still inside. This Sinister Nose is still going to keep his eyeballs around this area.
Yep, Hitman remained in the house, in the compound, just to monitor the situation over the area of Sem9 here. He's checking out if Sem9 is going to be pushing this compound or not, while the rest of the boys of A1 is, of course, challenging RQ at this moment. Definitely, they have the advantage working out for them. They do have the high ground, so they just have to keep a close eye up against RQ at this point. Now, Team Flash definitely will wait it out. I feel like that's exactly what they're going to do in this situation. But we can see that Win is slowly scouting the area, just checking for any angles that could work best for him. Maybe he can get lucky with the shots as well. And there you go. Sinister just went in for a massive spray, was able to inflict damage, but he kind of stepped away. We don't exactly know why, but yeah, I think he's going back to the rest of the team. Oh no!
What? Oh, Noga, what was that angle? He's coming in from the very cheeky corner, And just like that, surprises A1 Esports. They should not have backed away at all, just like you said. As RRQ, they needed to wait for them to move over, and now they claim that space. You give them an inch, they take them out. MG now climbing forward, and they are eager to take on the rest of A1 Esports, but he's being outnumbered. Not outgunned just yet, but that nade looking to be really close. He drives away, and now RRQ back out in the open. The Pekko being spotted out. He will try to recuperate once again. Rowdy now sending in a grenade. This is going to be a big fight. Heading up close and personal. MG now draws it too close with the shotgun shells off that S12K. And MG still alive and kicking. 2 more members left. Hitman does actually land that blow over onto MG, suppressing them even further. Now it's only down to Nougat. He is going to be sending more and more of these bombshells. Now, 1 versus 1. None of the members of RQ that's fallen has survived, while that nade is sent a little too far wide. But Nougat, he wants to settle the scores. They don't care if they go down. There definitely will be with a fight.
It's a crucial situation now for Team Flash, A1 Aero, and RRQ. Man, they're already at the critical stages. Sem9 is kind of just chilling, you know. Superboy's monitoring the situation and probably asking the team if they will give him the green light to kind of join into the mixer. But since the zone had moved to the middle part of Miramar, that leaves Hitman of A1 as well as Nougat of RQ outside of the zone here, so I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, but definitely I do agree with the algorithm here that Sem9 has the best advantage to get the job done and win that chicken dinner.
They have a lot of the comforts the zone red at this moment, but you got to keep in mind that the other team that's very well alive has been Team Flash. This is a team that took down 7 players in the lobby already. Sure, Pops is already gone. They can do exactly the kind of same potential of a threat, just like how D-Saber has in many of. Of course, they are familiar with each other as they met in the PMSL before. Kenny now being spotted out, Hitman doing due diligence to be able to check those corners, while that singular member of R2 is still hugging tightly over onto the far south end. Kenny says, it's okay, I'll just leave you all that room because I got a circle to guard, so good luck, Hitman, because that's going to be a long run without any form of vehicles.
Oh man, yeah, I'm interested if it's going to be Sem9 versus Team Flash down the line. I mean, A1 Aero, Hitman is already tanking the blue here, and you know that it hurts already to stay in the blue zone. So it's going to be Team Flash versus Sem9. But just looking at the position, Superboy has a high ground. Oh, no, not a high ground advantage, but he has a compound to work with. So it all boils down at how good these boys are in terms of execution. And, man, can I really say as just who will win the fight? Although Sem9 seems to be, like, really the team that has the best chance of taking this final round.
Yeah, they just be a party of the region, and that is going to be a desperate attempt coming from Team Flash to really present it. Bo's just trying to wrap around the back end of the heel, so that's not going to be an angle that can be covered. Smart decision making coming from Flash, as we're looking at the rest of Team Flash members turning 180 from the north all the way to down to the south. They might even get the catch onto that member of A1 Aero. So interesting maneuver, but there's still Deb that has seen their movement. And another member of Sem9 is also planted over onto that corner.
You know, I feel like it was a wrong move from Team Flash to kind of join into the mix where, you know, A1 Aero having a battle down south. I think that gave away, or that paved the way for Sem9 to kind of dominate at this point. But then again, the fight is not over just yet, so we cannot really conclude this round just yet. But Sem9, great zone control though. You know, they've been applying a lot of pressure onto Team Flash here. But okay, Zeus was able to maneuver getting onto the northern side, so perhaps there's still a chance for Team Flash to counter.
Okay, I understand why they decided to do so, because they understood that North Point will not be playable at all. So they take that high ground so that they have more reason to work with. More position, because now, if push comes to shove, they can full send it into the compounds much later on, and that node's going to close directly through the street, so they can still hang around that hillside to take this battle up against Sem9. So this might actually see Semline sure having one extra member, but because of their position right now, it becomes a 50-50 in my books.
Yes, exactly. Oh man, this is gonna be a tough battle between these teams. If we're gonna be talking about advantage, I guess M9 does have the number advantage, but Team Flash, we know that they're also capable of doing a massive counter, even if they're backs pushed in the corner here. Okay, here comes Kenny now with a spray. Wasn't able to get any target. Oh, and there you go. Win! Oh my goodness, this guy just keeps on giving.
This guy, he's got laser eyes, I tell you that. Super win. He's going to be aiming down on everybody else, and so far, he's done massive damage every single round. Sem9, they have a master plan, but I feel like that firepower might not actually match Team Flash, unfortunately.
My heart is beating right off of my chest. Man, I like this. This is the adrenaline pumping action that we have been waiting for.
So tactical.
To happen to this. I mean, it takes a lot of guts, to be in this kind of situation. It takes some bold moves, coming from both of the teams here. And right now, Zai is doing a great job as well, applying pressure up against M9. Win is with a DBS as being the aggressor at this point, going up against Kenny. I think they're going to exchange gifts now. Win went in for the push. Let's see if the other one's going to be accurate with his nade attack, but Bao's already there to help Win put down Kenny.
Oh my god, it's Win again. 6 already. He might just actually shut down the entire Sem9 by himself. And this is so tactical from both teams. I applaud even Sem9 because they have read each other like a book, and they know that position has already been exposed. But Team Flash, they waste no time. When they got that intel, they just immediately ambushed, and now backs against the wall. Like I said, Team Flash has already gained that advantage, not just because of the firepower, but because of the smart decision making. This has been by far the most tactical chicken dinner to be acquired by any team so far.
Definitely right. Man, it's putting me at the edge of my seat here, Condra. I don't know what's going to happen next, but looking at the situation, since M9 will be coming from the lower ground, and I mean, they're positioned at the edge of the circle here, so it's going to be tough to get away from this position. Now, Win is trying to find like an opening here, but it's just a matter of time, to be honest. Team Flash, what they need to do is just really be patient.
They just need to wait for that circle to just shrink all the way into the right center by the end of stage 9. And then it's just a major shooting field. Look at the position of Team Flash. They're feeling so confident. But Superboy is looking to alter the fate. If he can get one knock, that's just about good enough. He knows that there's one box crate, and Zeus is currently stuck. With that buggy being removed from play as well, the towers pop, so he cannot even move out of that corner. So Superboy is smart enough so that when that final zone comes in, he will have to move away from that tree, since Sem9 can make it to a 2 versus 2.
Yes, sir. Team Flash obviously feeling the pressure right now, but I'm telling you, all they need to do is just play their cards right, since they have the momentum going on for them. Now, Sem9 still doing their best, right, to counter Team Flash at this point. There will be a lot of strategies will come into play now that we are at the critical stages of the match here. Valve just went in for a massive spray up against Superboy. Superboy trying to dance. Oh, just in the nick of time, he was able to get behind that building. Now he has a chance to recruit in that situation. Probably, I do hope he has enough resources to heal himself up. But when, man, you don't, you shouldn't risk getting yourself overexposed at this point of the match.
I felt that maybe Team Flash has overthinked this fight. They're unwilling to push, and Sem9 Superboy is a mastermind. He popped those tires, and just like that, Zeus could not play. The nades flying in, and it is towards Superboy. Now, the tides have turned once more. Team Flash, they're looking to close this one down. Pika, I don't think he's thinking about going for that saving grace, because there is still a gap between the smoke. He knows on that corner. He's trying to fight right back. But the moment he steps out of Shack, it is game over. He's trying to look for the angles. He sees the twins of him. And no! The shots connect! Team Flash has still got it in the bag. Wow, what a fight that was between these two Southeast Asian teams. And the faithful has now been rewarded. Team Flash, that is just too hard.
Say did an amazing job for that and game, and I'm telling you, I'm already a fan of because of just what happened from that fight.
Yeah, like how tactical it
Wow.
was. Superboy, if he just stayed alive out of all these grenades, which he had no other room to dance off with. If he had any more room, then we had that 2v2 going on. But it had to go down to these serious business. And then Mika, he had the right ideas as well. He tried to look for the alternate angle from the top floor. And I guess like all that was really left to do was for Win as well as Tops to eventually point the right direction, and they have been able to secure it. That it all started with that big wraparound. At first we were thinking, Team Flash, why are they going to the south side? It's like, oh,
Yes,
they
yes,
anticipated
yes.
that circle to end up towards that compound. And by playing that high ground, they just pulled off the biggest big brain move that we've seen in a long time.
That was really a great one. I don't know if you guys are, like getting crazy down there in the comment section, but we just again have to give credit where credit is due. That was an amazing display of mechanical skills, raw talent, and just like what Contra said, game IQ, game sense, everything else. Man, it was just so perfect for both of the teams. And yes, I do agree with you. The moment Team Flash actually repositioned themselves onto the south side part, I did kind of have this doubt, like concern, like, okay, why do they have to move? Why do they have to join into the mix? Because obviously they had a good spot right down there in the middle. But yeah, I mean, it all makes sense right now when they went up against Sem9 and they were the ones who applied a lot of pressure onto Sem9. So it was, again, a brainy move coming from Team Flash. And just look at this guy.
This
The
kid.
potential of this player is off the charts, right? I mean, 7 elimination points, 899 damage output. It seems to be working out, for the rest of Team Flash. The synergy, chemistry, everything else in between is like perfect right now for Team Flash. They've been aggressive from the get-go, right? And
Yeah.
it's a promising team.
To me, I don't know what exactly is with all these Vietnamese teams, because the moment we saw Batman has left the squad and there was a gap to fill, and Win stepped in and produced crazy results, they show that they have the hunger to fight, and that's what was needed by not only Team Flash, the Savior. I think we've known some of all these notable names like Levi's as well as Parajin, who have been super consistent, but Win absolutely takes the cake. He is a daredevil. You saw the way he
He
pushes
is.
forward. He doesn't need too much of a backup. He says, guys, I got this. Just chill for a little bit. And lo and behold, 22 points.
What I love about Win so far, seeing him play or seeing him perform for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, is the fact that he knows when to step in and he knows when to step out. Like the timing is always impeccable, for Win, and I love that about Team Flash. And the communication, within the team is just really great. I mean, again, they're like a well-oiled machine, to be honest. Okay, so coming in at second place, we got the Savior as well with 17 points. And the Savior, it's no chicken, no problem for this team. They know when to exert or like put on the best show so far just to rack up a number of elimination points. And again, it seems to be working out for them. They don't need to be super uber aggressive, for day number 2 of the grand finals. But with this kind of flex, late surge coming from D Savior, it's no question at all whether or not they can top the entirety of this tournament.
Yep. Well, now we gotta also take a look at the overall MVP. I feel like Win will definitely be up there in the charts. And as a matter of fact, it is definitely this player that have absolutely wow everybody. 30 elimination points. He has now sit on top of the Apex Predator list. 4,600 damage?
Wow.
And you're telling me it's only been 2 days? These numbers is worth 46 kills. You think about it. I mean, you minus the armor. Just imagine. Just imagine what this kid can do.
Yeah. Legend in the making, so to speak. And just look at that. Young gun just joining the veterans here. The likes of Tony K of Vampire Esports, Badru of Alter Ego Eras. We've got Sky and No Fear coming from Hora Esports. 3.75 average eliminations per match. That is insane.
It definitely is. And overall, just looking at all the names out there, of course, Hora Esports have shown us why they remain to be one of the best out there in the field. These matches scored that double chicken dinner today. Tony K, despite Vampire Esports not really having, the brightest run, he is still maintaining some of all these healthy numbers out there, especially when you see him rock up inside Miramar. Taking charge of all those teams inside Picado was no easy feat, but he gets the job done still. Kudos to all the names involved, as our evolved fraggers are the same names that we've seen early on. So we got Win, Sky, Tony K, Levi's, and No Fear.
Day 2 is all about Win of Team Flash. I can say that, my favorite moment for day number 2 of the grand finals is the fact that he was able to shut down ASI a while ago.
That was crazy.
Wrangle, right? Was that in Wrangle or Miramar?
It was Miramar, the one
Miramar,
where
wow.
they almost lost, but it was because of Win that they survived. And because of those heroics, Team Flash with this chicken dinner, their first ever, by the way, now sees them flying all the way to the top 3, even overtaking the Savior.
Yeah, so we've got 3 Indonesian teams, we've got 2 Vietnamese teams, we've got 1 Nepali team and 1 Mongolian team. So again, you're looking at the front runners for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And again, this is just day number 2, ladies and gents. And I'm telling you, day number 1 was explosive. Day number 2, even better.
Yeah, it just keeps on getting better and better. Who knows, whoever's in the middle pack right now, whether if it's going to be D plus Kia, Boindaki, Blue, ASI, A1, Longshin, or even A7, they can still bounce back up. They need to just really navigate what exactly went wrong in some of all these matches, because some of them have been stagnating. I would say one of the names out there is Four Tribes. They have a magnificent run in Night of Champions to be scoring the top 2 spot, but they gotta really work on it. Well, Sem 9, this was a master class of a battle that sees them really earn those big 9 corners. So it's been a massive duty. Today they've climbed a whole lot, but they're still finding themselves in the 18th spot. So gotta do just slightly better. Team Secret, I feel like Team Secret's currently testing rosters. Like, we have certain unknown names where they're not exactly pulling the best of potential. So I don't know if to cut them some slack, but just wasn't their day for the past 2 tournament matches that we've seen so far.
Yep. All I know is that, day number 2 delivered a lot of great clutches, a lot of jaw-dropping moments, and I'm already happy with that, My energy a while ago was here, and with all of the action that just happened, it went to here. So I'm about ready to hit the sack, if you know what I mean, after all of the action that had transpired for day number 2, ladies and gents. And I'm very happy that you spent your Sunday with us. I'm telling you, I mean, it's a great way to bond. And of course, this is a community gathering of some sort. So thank you so much for supporting Ruthless Hype Esports.
That's right. With that, it all comes down to a close. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and make sure to hit that subscribe button because we still got 2 more days to go. Same time, same place. So of course, lots of love as we will all close the night. Of course, big thank you to everyone behind the scenes as we will now wrap this one up. So thank you so much, ladies and gents. We'll see you guys tomorrow.